Hello, 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 everyone. Good evening. Deputy Sheriff, first one in. Hello, PD and chat. Hey, Deputy Sheriff, how's it going? Yeah, it's becoming a regular old family reunion up in that jail, right? Yes, it's the truth. That is the truth. Lisa, hey girl, how you doing tonight? Number two, how you doing, Faith? She says hello, PG in chat. Hello to you, girl. Number three. Oh, that is so sweet. Summer Moon, Utah Wells. Purple Hearts, prayers. Amen. I so appreciate that. God bless. How you doing, Nanny? She says, hey, PG in chat. How you doing tonight, sweetie? Beautiful sunflower. How you doing? She said, hello, PG in chat. Hello to you. Beautiful sunflower sent PG a picture I'm going to pop up tonight for everybody to see. And girl, I so appreciate it. Absolutely. That's hilarious. Hilarious. So yeah, I'm sure everyone's going to enjoy this one. Hello, Melanie. How are you doing? She says, hi, PG. Much love to everyone. Much love to you, girl. Much love to you. Hello, Robert's girl. She says, hey, sissy, been waiting on you. This is going to be interesting. Amen. Yeah, it's always interesting here, right? If it ain't interesting, some reason it gets that way. Where the night ends, it's we got a lot going on. Hello, Deborah Ann. How are you tonight, sweetie? How you doing, KU? She says, hello, PG and fam. What's up? What's up, girl? Amen. Um, Annabelle says, did Don get out early? That's what another creator indicated. He ain't out. Don ain't out. Nope, he didn't get out no early. He gonna get out at the end of this month. Um, Candace goes to court for the boys on the 28th, I believe it is. And Donald gets out, I believe, the 30th. I think he might get out on the 30th, if not the 31st. So anyway, a couple days after the court date, right? So I don't know, if they're going to use video for him to be there or if they're actually going to escort him over to the court date. But, or if they're just not going to allow him to be on it at all, right? I don't know. I don't know how that potentially works when, you're incarcerated and got all your rights taken away from you. I don't know, sometimes they'll say, if you wanted to be there, you wouldn't have got your ass put in jail, right? So that's what it is. So I don't know. But no, he's not out. That's for sure. I'm trying to keep up with the chat too. I always like to read the chat. Oh wow. Curse with Curiosity says it's about to snow here. Whoa, girl. That's, I don't know where you at, but yeah, I don't overly enjoy cold weather. That's for sure. Absolutely not. But snow, woo. Ain't nobody looking forward to no snow. No way. I'm still sitting in AC. Maybe I'm an Eskimo. I don't know. But snow is beautiful, isn't it? It is absolutely, it's absolutely beautiful. a lot of people live in areas where it like doesn't ever snow, right? And they're like their whole life they didn't. I mean, you see it on TV and stuff, but they didn't ever get to see it, touch it, throw snowballs, real snowballs, or anything like that. I was fortunate enough to live in different states, and I've got to, you know, I've got to understand, all the different seasons for sure. So, I feel blessed there, right? But if you ask me, Florida's like, I mean, I know hurricanes and everything, but most of the time, it's the best. It's beautiful. Absolutely, Florida. It's beautiful. Hello. She's Annabelle says, hello. Hey, PG. Much love. Much love to you. I think I'm going backwards, maybe. On Dirtmouth says, hey, PG and family. Much love. Purple hearts. Hey, girl. God bless for those purple hearts. Absolutely. Hillbilly 29 says, hello, PG and chat. Much love. Much love to you guys. Anyway, a lot going on. A lot going on in every man, I'm sounding like a news reporter now, right? But there's much going on in all these cases. Like Kylie case, I understand there was no water in her lungs. Whoa, that big red flag, right? And the that's what I'm hearing. So I don't know, but they still ruled it an accident, right? Don't sound right to me. And then we got um how you doing, Lip Block No More? She said at Planet Diva. Yeah. Lip Block No More says I'll be listening, but out of chat for a while. I need a cigarette. Yeah, I feel you, girl. Anyway, yeah, absolutely. That's a big red flag there. And then in Quentin's case today, they were at a different landfill. I guess it's like where they dump computers and things like that. And I guess they're checking that particular landfill today. So far, I haven't heard them finding anything yet, but they were there, and they'll probably be back there again tomorrow, going through that particular area, because Leilani, I guess, was pinging in that area where that particular dumpster was. So was she throwing away a cell phone or throwing away, you know, evidence? Did she go there to throw away, a laptop or something that could have been incriminating? No. I mean, or did she really go there and, I thought it was the neighbor's can that, they found Quentin's DNA in. I'm pretty sure that's what I heard. So, but she was pinned somewhere, so I'm wondering, if they're there looking through, what exactly are they looking for? I don't know, but they were there all day today. So that's the big news on Quentin's case. So all of the cases has got a lot going on with them. But tonight we're doing Summer's case. And I guess Ronnie Lawson's son, he's been a bad boy, right? He's been a bad boy. So I don't know. This ain't looking too good for, this ain't looking too good for Ronnie, right? I mean, he is the boy's daddy, and I know that we don't hold the parents guilty for children's sins, and we don't hold children guilty for the parents' sins as well. Every person is their own individual, and but no matter, a lot of people don't understand that we are individual human beings, like wrapped up in our own wrappers, right? Just because we're in a bag of candy doesn't mean, you know, we're the gross tasting ones, right? Um, so, but I guess when you come in you're all the same flavor in a pack, and you know, everybody gets kind of looked over if one of the wrappings ain't too tight, right? It gets everybody else looked over. So Ronnie happens to have a wrapper that ain't too tight in his family, and that's going to be a reflection back upon him, right? Because people just don't understand everyone's their own human being. I mean, I'm not, shading Ronnie with this at all. I don't want anybody to think that I am, because I'm not. His son would have been doing 20 years. They gave him 20, and he's got to do 1 year, and then he's on probation for life. Or well, he's got to report as an you know SO for the rest of his life. Um, no, he's doing 1 year, Rosa. He got a year, not 8 months. He got a year. Don's stepping out, and Don got 8 months. Sheriff Ronnie Lawson's son got 1 year. But I don't understand that because I don't understand that because he was hands on with somebody, right? Now we don't know if it was the age of the person, the human. We don't know the age of the human that he did this to, because the way they put it in category as aggravated, um, means that it could be a child under the age of 13, or it was someone, an adult, and he threatened them with a weapon, right? So we don't know. Um, so we don't know. It could have been an adult that it could have been his own wife. I mean, if a wife says no, it's no, right? And sometimes wives do that to a man. I mean, if the man thinks that, oh, you're married to me, and I mean, it's no different than if the wife says no, it's no different than is anyone out there in Johnny Public saying no, right? I mean, they're supposed to respect that. So, yes, even a wife can bring charges like that against her husband if he, forcefully makes her do something. Yes, absolutely. It was two minor girls, says Brandy. Where did you get that information from? Because I did research all day today, and I could not find out where I could not find out the age of the victims. So I mean, is that something you just heard, or is there, did you got proof? Yeah, because Don Sherfy's son got 6 months, or no, 6 years. He got 6 years in jail for you know for just for just looking, right? just looking on the internet. I mean, he didn't even put his hands on no one. He didn't physically do anything. He just mentally was looking at something and got 6 years. And this guy physically done it, right? He physically did it, and he got 1 year. That's crazy, right? Absolutely. I mean, where is justice there, right? I mean, they're going to give him 1 year when he physically did something, and they're going to give somebody else 6 years for just, not physically, but just virtually looking at something. How the fuck does that work? How does that work? That would be like, someone like playing Call of Duty on your computer and shooting people, and they come in and take you to jail, give you life in prison. And then people that really do it, they just, they don't do nothing to them, right? If you ask me, that's kind of like what it is. I mean, this guy was virtually looking at something, got 6 years. This Ronnie Lawson's son physically did something, and not once, not twice, but 4 times. 4 times he physically did something, and he got 1 year. Really? I don't agree with that either, but it is what it is, right? Let's see his charges. Hey, Wisconsin mama, how you doing tonight, girl? What a crap show. I can't believe this is happening in Hawkins County. Yeah, absolutely, hon, it's happening. It's absolutely happening. So, and it has been a crap show, right? I mean, we see people, I'm not saying that Don Scherf's son didn't deserve the 6 years he got. I don't know what he really did. But I do know it was virtual. And, and I don't know the extent of it, but I do know he turned his own self in, when it came across this computer, and he still got 6 years. And this guy 4 times, clean back to 2018. I mean, he didn't even get the 1, 2, 3 strikes you're out. He actually went, for a 4th time. And, I don't know. And he gets 1 year and just has to, and just has to register as an SO from then on. I mean, Don Scherf Jr. got 6 years for cyber looking. Didn't even touch nobody. And when he gets out, he has to register as an SO as well, right? So what I'm saying is, if Don Scherf got 6 years and has to register as an SO when he comes out, or is already registered as one probably, because they probably do that right now. But why is Sheriff Ronnie Lawson's son not getting, and he physically did something 4 times, why is he not getting more time than Don Scherf's son, Scherf Jr.? I think that, he should have at least got like 6 years, right? Or more, because he physically did a crime. So I don't know. I got to absolutely wonder about that. But, it is what it is. Right. That's what I'm saying. But anyway, we'll hear his charges because I got them here for everybody to listen to.
A. Hawkins co-sheriff's son must register as ASO after pleading guilty to charges. Rogersville, 10 WJHL. Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson's son pleaded guilty on October 13, 2022, to 4 counts of attempted aggravated sexual battery. according to District Attorney General Dan Armstrong with the 3rd Judicial District. Documents filed in Hawkins County Criminal Court identify Brandon Lewis Lawson as the accused, but other identifiers, such as age, relationship to alleged victims and victim age were not specified. The court documents indicate that the 4 counts of attempted aggravated sexual battery spanned across 2 years in 2018 and 2020. The first offense allegedly occurred in August 2018, and the fourth occurred in March 2018, according to court documents. The second and third counts reportedly occurred in April 2020 and December 2020. All counts of attempted aggravated sexual battery are described as an offense that involves knowingly and unlawfully attempting to have unlawful sexual contact that would have caused bodily injury to the victim.
And it would cause bodily injury to the victim. I mean, this guy like started off, started there in 2018. He started it off in March with doing it. He took the year out in August there with doing it, right? And then seems like he might have just didn't get caught in 2019, right? And then all of a sudden, he brings it in 2020 and takes it out with 2020 again. Probably just didn't get caught in 2021. And, but he's got something, some kind of obsession with the spring and the winter or into summer months, right? Kind of a little freak there. If you ask me. Now, it sounds like just like they said to the victim, not victims, victim. So we got to ask, because it sounds like it was the same victim, if you ask me. And you got to wonder who this victim is.
The 4 alleged crimes all happened in Hawkins County. While Lawson was sentenced to 20 years for the crimes, he will serve 1 year in a local jail and must be on the sex offender registry for life, according to Armstrong and court documents.
Oh, isn't that so sad? I mean, that just, oh my goodness, it really breaks our freaking hearts, right? That even, he got 20 years and he still has to do 1. Well, shame on everybody that he has to even do 1, right? What the freak? If they sentenced him to 20, if they sentenced anybody else to 20, they'd be doing that damn 20, right? When did you ever see somebody get sentenced to 20 years and they only got 1? I ain't never seen this shit before. I haven't ever seen this before. I mean, if you've seen this before, please put a 1 in my chat. If you've seen someone get sentenced to 20 years and get 1 year, put your 1 in that chat. Because I ain't ever heard of that shit. Exactly. I ain't ever heard of that. Ever. Yeah, they get a slap. They get a slap on the hand. Absolutely. Always L8. Absolutely. They get a slap on the freaking hand and release back into the streets to attack. Exactly. I so agree. And it happens time after time after time. I mean, and that's why our world is so damn unsafe, right? Why women and children are so damn unsafe. And hell, the way this world's going, even men are becoming unsafe, right? I mean, it's disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting. And I think, I don't care if you're the sheriff's son or not. I think that, we the people should have been allowed to know who the victim is or at least the age of the victim, right? We should at least been able to know that. But it sounds like, to me, it says victim, not victims, victim. So, unless it's a typo, right? An error in their typing. It sounds like he was offending the same person over and over again? I don't know. You know, I guess he don't know how to take no for an answer, right? I mean, Ronnie Lawson must not took his M&Ms and put them back on the shelf and said, "No, today, son, no." When he got at the grocery store, Daddy must always said, "Throw them on up there," and didn't make the boy ever learn the word fucking no, right? That's what it sounds like to me. No, it don't make no sense. Wisconsin mom, happy birthday to you. Yeah, today's Wisconsin mama's birthday. She probably thought we forgot, right? But we didn't. We didn't. She gonna get a glass of milk with no brownies. That's what we gonna give her. You get a glass of milk, no brownies. Anyway, yeah, so as we heard there, this guy got nothing. I mean, if you ask me, he got nothing anyway, right? Yeah, things are getting out of hand. That I agree. UFC things are getting out of hand. Um, I I can't blame no one thing why it's getting out of hand other than revelations that where God says, it's going to be like this, and it is. So I'm bringing you up, Wisconsin mama. How you doing tonight, girl?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm
You having
old.
a great birthday? You try to come
Oh
up here
yeah.
and talk me into some brownies with that glass of milk
Well,
we just gave you?
I was hoping so.
I'm kidding, girl.
Ah, crap. What a shit show that is, huh? This whole thing is just like I can't believe it. Well, first of all, I wanted to say thank you for the birthday wishes. And it's Katie Yu's birthday today too. What are the odds of that? Us
Oh,
being born on the same day.
amen. There you
Yeah,
go. We got two birthday girls in
two
here tonight.
birthdays. Yeah,
So
that's
happy
pretty cool.
birthday. Absolutely.
Pretty cool. Yeah. So, no, it's been a while since I come up, and I thought I'd just come up and say hello. I miss ya. Um, and I don't understand how a person has that many charges against them, looking at 20 years, and he gets a year. What was the DA of that county thinking? What
Um,
was the DA thinking?
that he didn't want to put his hands in anybody's pockets because you don't put your hands in your friends' pockets, right?
It's a crime. The DA committed a crime.
Now, the problem
Shame
is
on him.
they have the power to do whatever they want, right? I mean,
Wow.
the best you could hope for is to be a big high official son or daughter, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's like the I mean, the minute you're born, it blooms going up in the air, happy birthday, and you don't ever need anything else for your birthday, right? When you got that.
Well, yeah, exactly. But and the judge too. I mean, if it was a decent judge and and his hands weren't dirty, I mean, even the judge would have said no, 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 no. This is
Well, I'm
crazy.
going to be
This is
honest with you.
crazy.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked
Oh
to hear
yeah,
they gave him. I'm shocked to hear they gave him 20, and he only had to do one. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Usually, sex offenders don't get anything. A lot of them get nothing except having to register as a sex offender. They get an ankle bracelet and house arrest for 90 days, 6 months, and then they walk. But a lot of them, they just say you got to move out of the house. You ain't around. The person gets a restraining order, and this
Mhm.
bastard just goes off to do someone else like that, right?
Right. Right.
So actually, it sounds like Ronnie Lawson's son got a lot more than a lot of other SOs in the world. You know, um, he got more than most do because I have seen so many Lifetime movies which are based off of true, characters, true stories, and and all of them, have one thing in common. The pervert has to move out of the house, right?
Yeah.
And then they go to court, and then he isn't, allowed around the children anymore unless supervised, and he don't go to jail. He doesn't go to jail. He just gets, a SO against him for the rest of his life, yes. But then he just goes on to live his life, and 6 months to a year down the road, he's living with some other woman and a bunch of kids, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's just the way it is. And unless child protective services is called or something happens, um, and then when he is busted in this other household, you know, what does the woman always say? I didn't know he was an SO, because
Right.
how many people do a background check on people there? I mean, I would definitely do background checks. I mean, I'm a background checker for sure. But I mean, my kids start dating, I'm going to know everything about the person that they're trying to go out a door with, right? But most people don't. Most people do not do background checks on people they pull into their life and into their household, right?
Right.
And that's the
Right.
first damn thing they should have been doing.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah.
But could this be from his wife? I mean, I know a lot of, I mean, what I'm saying is I wouldn't be shocked to find out it was his wife that he, because a lot of men, if they force their wife to do something that she don't want to do, she can actually fail charges. And she could actually fail charges on them. And it's not as hard when it's like if she's married to him, they don't go as stiff as if it's somebody on the street. But after 4 times, they feel they got to do something with him, right?
Right.
I
So,
don't know. They're not telling us who it is or how
well,
old
no.
they are.
No.
They're
No.
just telling us that it is what it is. And so we've only got like half a story here, right?
Right. Well, yeah.
To go
I'm
on.
wondering. I'm wondering if they didn't have enough to fully prosecute him for the full 20 years. I don't know,
Right.
but
Absolutely.
it could be that they just didn't have enough there to say you're looking at 20 years here. I don't know. It's just, and not only that, but I mean, with your father being the sheriff of that county, that he should have been prosecuted outside to a different county.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I
Um,
mean, talk about a black cloud over Hawkins County, because it's a dirty county. It's dirty. Dirty, dirty. Kind of makes you think, do you have to look at the Summer Moon Utah Wells case different now? Or, you know, how does she play into effect of something like this? You know,
right.
well,
I don't, I don't think that she would fit in this no more. Did she fit in with Don Sherfy on with Don Sherfy Jr.? I mean, or Frank Light. These were people that, you know, had been gone over with a fine tooth comb. They knew
Yeah.
exactly where they was at the time Summer was supposedly coming up missing. And, you know, they definitely had alibis. So, I don't think so. I mean, you know, the only ones that didn't have any alibis, to my knowledge, in the Summer Wells case was Fred Hill,
Yeah.
Andy Jr., Candace Grandis, um, and Jody Sue. So, you know, those are the people that did not have alibis that were, you know, in close range of everything.
Right.
So I would say that's probably the people you should, you know, should be at the top of the list as far as law enforcement is saying. Candace's, you know, when they came out and said, you know, that they do not believe that it was an abduction. It does not seem to be an abduction at all.
No.
And they put foul play in play. Candace and Grandis became the main suspects, right? Especially Candace.
Became the main suspects. Yes.
Absolutely. And so, you know, that just lets you know that, you know, like, you know, this case with Quentin, you know, same
Yeah.
scenario. Same scenario. So, you know, I think they pretty much know who don't want in these cases, you know.
Oh, I
Knowing
think
it
they do.
and proving it is two different things when it comes to law.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
can know it all day long, but you have to prove it to put these people in prison, right?
Right. Right. And so mommy became the suspect.
Right. And
And
I mean,
Candace became the suspect. Well,
mhm.
there's got to be more than became. You know,
And, you
they,
know, and yeah, exactly. And you know, Leilani may get away with what she did as well, right? If they cannot
right.
find Quentin, if they
Yeah.
cannot find Quentin the way they can't find Summer, we're going to be here 16 months down the road with Leilani as well, right?
Right. Right.
We'll be down the road with her as well because, you know, if they don't get enough to prosecute on, they cannot prosecute.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
sometimes it's very rare that they prosecute without a body. Very rare. In some cases they do, but most cases they don't. Now, this law enforcement in Georgia just might prosecute her ass without a body, right?
They might. Yes. If
Because
they
they don't
have enough
r-
evidence,
they
they could.
and you know, so they may just prosecute her ass. And I think they do have enough forensic evidence right now to maybe hold up and do that on. And even and that sheriff there reminds me of the person that he's, you know, I could see him at a gambling table, right? I could see him rolling the dice, you know,
Yes.
because he's one of those people that's like, you know, well, I'll be damned if I don't try. You know, I'll be damned if I don't give it a try. And he is one of those people I think that will take what he's got and he will try to fry her ass with it. And he'll roll the dice, with win or lose, he'll do it.
Yeah.
Hawkins County, I don't see Ronnie Lawson. I don't see Ronnie at a poker table, right?
No.
I don't think he knows how to
No.
roll dice. I do not believe this man knows how to shake it up and roll out them dice. And therefore, you know, will we get any justice, you know, in the future for Summer? I hope so. You know, I know if God puts his hands in it, it'll come to light and we'll get justice for her. Absolutely. That's why I say always keep praying. But um I don't know. You know, I don't know. I don't I really wanted to hold faith in Sheriff Ronnie Lawson. I thought this man's as good as his word. But, you know, as we sit
No.
here watching all of this shit unfold, I don't, you know, I think he, you know, what I'm saying is I think he's a puff of air, right?
Yes.
I think he's a
Yes.
puff of air, and that's about it. I mean,
Honestly,
even obviously in his own household, he was just a puff of air in there, because if he was anything more, he wouldn't have a son that thinks he can bully his way into SOing someone, right?
right. And if I was Ronnie Lawson, I would probably resign and be on my way.
Exactly.
What a great embarrassment and humiliation, his son did to them. And,
Right.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
he should probably just,
his son, as much as I understand, you know, nobody's responsible for anyone else's sins.
I agree.
It is a black eye on this
Yes.
dad, right?
Yes, it is.
His son gave his father a black eye in the community.
Yes.
Actually, everywhere, because we're all over the world, right? We're
Right.
all over the world, and we're sitting here right now saying, Mr. Lawson, your boy just gave you a black eye in the community up there, right?
Yeah.
So,
Imagine how his mother feels.
oh yeah, exactly. I mean, I bet he broke his mommy's heart.
Oh, yeah.
But you think he gives a fuck? He's a bully.
Yeah.
He's a bully, you know? And and that's sad.
Well, it is, because the thing is that he could keep his position, you know, but I'm telling you, people will look at him a whole lot different, you know.
Yeah, Donna be out October the 30th. I'm pretty sure it's on the 30th he gets out. Candace goes to court on the 28th. I'm sorry, Wisconsin Mama.
Oh, you're right. You're right. No, I don't blame Ronnie Lawson, not at all. I just I'm just saying that it's going to affect him, and it's going to affect the rest of his family what his son did. And even though you think people are your friends, they're not. They still look at you different. Even though your son did it, they still look at you different.
Right. Yeah, they do. They do. I mean, you know, um, we all know what it's like to be in a family. And we all know, if you got brothers and sisters, you know how it is to be hated because of what the shit they do sometimes, right?
Right.
I mean, your whole family gets judged on how the characters in that family act, and produce themselves out there in Johnny public, right?
Right.
And
Right.
it's just, that's what it is. If you don't conduct yourself properly in society as a member of that family, then you can bring your whole family down, right?
Yes.
And that's why even Jesus said a house divided cannot stand, right? A house divided cannot stand. It takes everyone working together to keep the morals, the respect, the love, kindness, caring, and all the good things, not just within the household, but outside of the household with all other humans as well, right? I mean, you're
Yes.
always going to have haters no matter how good you are. You're
Oh,
going to
yeah.
have haters, because haters are, they're in a whole different ballpark of their own, right? Haters are way out there in left field, in the ballpark over there on their own. And haters are always going to be green eyed with fucking envy. They're always going to have something nasty to say, no matter how they would have something nasty to say. We all understand they did, even with Jesus Christ when he walked the earth, right?
Right.
So do you expect any less than what Jesus got from haters? No,
Mm-mm.
absolutely not. You're always going to have those kind of people. You will. That's trying to
Yeah.
put stains on your family out of pure ugliness, hate, and jealousy. But what I'm saying is, if you conduct yourself righteously all the time, people will understand, they will understand who the real haters are and the type of people trying to put these things on you, right? Just
Right.
like we all understand what kind of people was doing that to Jesus, right? And so in the end, it's the haters that get hated, right? They're the ones getting hated.
Oh
And
yeah.
and Jesus is greatly loved, right? He's greatly loved by
Yeah.
all people in the world that
Yes.
that truly know him. So, that's what I'm talking about. And Ronnie Lawson's family was, was not the prominent, upstanding, respectable, kind, caring, loving bunch of people that they needed to be and should have been. His son didn't care. His son, wasn't going to be, he wasn't trying to be the glue that kept that house together. He wasn't trying to, you know, he wasn't trying to be united in goodness for his father and mother's sake and their you know statured in society, right?
Right.
He doesn't
Yeah.
care what he did to his parents. And no, I don't um you know blame his dad for what the son done. I'm
No,
just
I don't
saying
either.
it still looks really shitty on the dad and his son. you know we didn't do this to Sheriff Ronnie Lawson. His son did it to him. His son is the one that, put the shit stain on the family, right?
He did. He did.
And if I was Ronnie, I'd be very damn upset about that. And personally, I probably would have let him done his 20 fucking years, right?
Yeah, I know I would have. You know.
And, some things are unforgivable. And not only that, but if I was in law enforcement upholding the law every day, and, upholding the law every day and respecting the law every day, then I would expect my children to understand my position and understand if they break the law, I will uphold it just as much with them as I would any Joe on the street out there. So they need to walk the line and on eggs a lot more carefully than Johnny fucking Public, because I'm staring at them every day, right?
Right.
They ain't going to
Right.
get away with it.
Yeah.
And if he would have raised his household like that and let them know, you're under my watch, and this is and what I will do to you. His boy might have been a little different, right? Because I'm sure his boy done a lot of things that Ronnie let him get away with that actually he could have been charged with, right?
Oh yeah, you bet. You know
And
he
and
did.
and when he gets away with the little small things that daddy turning a blind eye, then he thinks that, daddy always turned a blind eye, no matter how big it gets, right?
Yeah.
And but like I said, I have seen I have seen a lot of SOs that didn't even get a day in jail. At least this guy's getting a year.
Yeah, I guess so. So somebody said in chat that JSB is here. Well, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Jody Sue.
Is it the real
Uh,
JSB?
I don't
Like the
know.
real Andy? Is it the
Yeah.
real Jody Sue Brown?
Like the real Candace Wells. I mean, come on. I just don't know. I don't know.
I don't see her.
Somebody said, Happy Halloween, Jody Sue Stink Witch.
Yeah, I don't think Jody Sue wants to. I don't think Jody Sue Brown wants to come
No,
in
she
this
don't.
chat
No.
whatsoever. Absolutely not.
She's
I
welcome
mean,
here, though. She's welcome. Come on over, Jody.
she's.
She's scared of you,
I.
PG. She is. She's scared of you.
she she's coming over here because Andy was stalking me on yesterday, Andy, when I went into Tiffany Marie's, Andy followed me in. Matter of
Oh,
fact,
did he?
Andy shows up a lot of places that PG's at. And,
Ah,
you know, and I think Jody Sue is following PG around because PG's landing on the truth, right, Jody Sue?
yeah.
You know, you're landing on the truth. Then you want to make sure you keep those antennas up in the air, hearing everything that's being said, right? But
Well, yeah, because she'll have to come up with some kind of a story tomorrow, some kind of narrative to run a story tomorrow, and it might as well be you, huh?
yeah, yeah, you know,
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you something
No,
about.
she won't
I
hop
tell you
on
something
panel.
about Jody Sue. She knows that I'm right about that clanging metal, right, Jody Sue? You know I'm right about the clanging metal. You know I'm right about what you're capable of doing. That's what she's afraid of. Is PG PG knows what Jody Sue's capable of doing and getting done. What did you have in one hand, Jody Sue? A water bottle and a foot in the other one. There you
Mm-hmm.
go, Jody Sue. The secret lies with the dogs. Yeah, I
Yeah.
bet it does. Right in their bellies, right? Right in their bellies.
Yep.
And you get some sick shit up there, right? Absolutely sick. And that's another group that, that's another group that Ronnie's
PG.
putting in the dark instead of pulling into the light, right?
Right. Who did you put in your her place last night? Where were you last
Well,
night?
I was here.
Yeah. Was anybody on chat or up on panel?
Um,
Let me see. I was
I
I
don't
was in
rem-
here. I didn't see anybody.
I don't remember. Yeah, somebody did come up. There was a young lady
Oh
came up
yeah.
and hung out with me for a while. Yeah, a young lady came up and hung out with PG last night. Yes, she
Oh
did.
yeah. I was watching. I wasn't gonna
Yeah,
come up. Hmm.
absolutely. I lost her, and somehow she got booted off. But
Oh
um, I was grateful for her coming up. She came up and hang out with me for a while. So yeah, I was totally blessed and thankful that she did. But you know, um, Jody Sue, um,
hmm. You
knows that
must have missed.
PG, you're right. She's afraid of me. She
She is.
absolutely is afraid of me because you know why I'm not like other creators going to pamper her. I don't believe in changing diapers and burping oversized bitches, right? I don't
Right.
believe in that shit. That ain't my job. What I do believe in is getting the truth out and figuring out what happened to these missing children. Right, Jody Sue? That's what I do. And I keep Summer in the spotlight out here. I don't try to get her in the dark like you and Candace and Grandis and Donald's and and all of you do. Um, we keep her we keep her in the light. We keep her in God's light, and she's going to be found. And there's prayers going up for her all the time, right? Absolutely.
Yes.
We love this little girl. We truly love her, Jody Sue. Hard
Yeah.
for
We
you to
don't
believe,
make
right?
money off in her. We don't need to make money off in her.
Hell no. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, Wisconsin mama. Anytime I get worried, anytime I get worried, you know,
Mm-hmm.
about having to choose between keeping everything, all my apps and everything running for all of this, or, you know, getting, letting some of it go so I can, put money on my kids where needed.
Right.
This, I talk to God. I just listen, I just speak to the Lord. And I tell you what, I come in here, I open this up, and whatever I'm needing, God will make sure that the support is there. And I truly thank him. People will say, "Hey PG, $10 for some coffee." I say, "Phew, that helps save that out, right?"
Right.
Yeah. I
Right.
mean, and I do all the work, right?
Yeah,
I
you
do all the
do.
work.
You
And
do.
then I have to put it in God's hands for the support.
Yeah.
I don't come on here asking for nothing. I haven't ever asked no one for anything here
No.
because I know that what I have God, and when it comes to the support, you like in church, He'll put it on the ones you know
Mm-hmm.
to give what's needed whenever it's needed, and I'm
Right.
very thankful for that. So no, I don't ask for anything because I truly believe and trust in my God, and
I
it
wonder.
comes.
It does. It does. You,
Absolutely.
you have to keep your faith and your hope, and it
I
will come
do.
through.
I
You know.
do.
I wonder how
I
much money
absolutely
she
do.
has actually made off in Summer's name.
I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you now, Wisconsin Mama, she's not doing any of the work that I do. What I'm
No.
saying is, I spend endless hours. I spend endless hours on all kinds of different apps to making the pictures I make, doing
Mm-hmm.
all the memes that I make, doing all these things that I'm doing. I spend tons of time in a lot of different things to get it all done. And and you have to pay for these. Nothing's free anymore. They ain't not I don't even know if our air is free. I think I pay to just breathe that
No.
shit.
Right.
But the point is, yeah, we do, because
Yeah.
now they tax us for clean air, right?
Yes, they
And
do.
hell, I mean, I think if we really breathe clean air, we probably fucking die. We've been
Yeah.
breathing the dirty shit so long, I'd be afraid to breathe clean air, right? But the point being is Jody Sue does nothing. She does not. I don't think she even pays StreamYard. She does the free shit. And I mean, and what I'm saying is, for months and months and months and months and months, she wasn't even doing YouTube, period. But she was doing Facebook, and then coming on to all the creators things, telling them they couldn't make money, but they can put up her cash app so she can make tons of money, right?
Right.
Because
Yeah.
she knew that if they were making money, here's how smart this bitch was. She knew if those creators were monetizing when she was there, then the people would give to the creator instead of her. So she wanted to make sure this creator was going to get nothing that can come to her. She fucking used them. And and who needs her on their panel? She could suck up something, right? Say it. I'm glad I caught myself.
Yeah. You did. Oh man.
And she could swing on it too, right?
Right.
But the thing is, you know, point being is, Jody Sue's a nut. She's a nut, and
I wish a squirrel would come and take that nut.
mhm.
I'm telling you, she is way out there. Oh, and now she's changing her stories up because Don's kind of come out, and now Don
Oh,
and Candace are her friends.
let me tell you something. I took note of that a few days ago. I
Yeah.
was on it like that.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. And I went, I don't know, God takes me where I need to be, right? I always say my feet will be nowhere that God don't want them. And that
Right.
includes my ears as well. But for some reason, I caught two lives of hers with Tiffany. And I don't know how I did it, but I did. Because,
Really?
I do not just go seek to listen to fucking Jody Sue. I
No.
don't do that. I mean, you know, I listen to this bitch on my own time when I have time, and
Good night,
and
Robin.
definitely after I ate a pan of brownies or two, right?
Oh yeah.
Because if you ain't,
Yeah.
you ain't got some kind of device, you ain't gonna listen to this bitch at all.
Mm-mm.
But anyway, I caught her like within the last week on 2 occasions. I caught this chick talking to Tiffany Marie, believe it or not. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, because Jody Sue don't hardly ever bring no one on her panel, right? Like no fucking body. She sits over there and stares into space for hours, says a few words, stares into space, says a few. I mean, it's like, whoa, you know. You didn't. If you was writing, take a pencil and paper, writing down everything this bitch says in one of her 20-hour lives, you wouldn't even fill up the page because that's how much she stares in the blank world, right?
Yeah, she does.
Outer fucking space for 20 to 30 minutes at a time. So anyway, I pop in, I see this, Tiffany up there. I see Tiffany's trying to want to talk about summer.
Yeah.
And Jody Sue is avoiding it at all freaking costs. And Tiffany's like, Jody Sue, I just want you to talk about summer. And, I want to know things about summer. I don't give a fuck about this and that. And Jody Sue is still avoid. I don't give a fuck what you give a fuck about, Tiffany, anything to avoid it. She
Right.
was. This is truth. I seen it with my own eyes, heard it with my own ears. And then she said in the first live something to the effect of, you're not going to pit us against one another. And I said, she's talking about everybody, not somebody like Andy, everybody, And, then her next live, Tiffany went up and I'm telling you, I knew right then. I said, I knew for a fact she was talking about all of them, Candace, Donald, Grandis, and all the people involved she's talking about, because she came on her next live and she's sitting up there on it and she's talking good shit about Candace and Donnie and all the stuff, right?
Yeah.
After she tells Tiffany Marie, you're not pitting us against each other, you bitch, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I just knew it. I mean, it's like I know this heinous thing by the back of my hands. Oh, Mayor, I so appreciate it.
Yeah,
I
you got
so
2 of
appreciate
them.
it. God is love. We need to love our little children, not use, abuse, and throw them. Amen. Absolutely. And that's what's happening, right? I mean, we got one mother right now. The baby is pretty much law enforcement knows in a landfill of trash somewhere, right? I don't know what kind of trash, but it's still trash. And
Yeah.
that's just ungodly as you can get in this world, if you ask me. Absolutely. Ungodly as you can get. And always L8. I seen you pop in there as well. And I am so appreciative, sweetheart. I really am. God bless. We love that you give the children a voice. I'm glad that you guys support these children right along with me, and I am super thankful. And as I always say, I know if these babies were here, they thank you as well, and I do it for them. So God bless. Absolutely, I so appreciate it. But yeah, Jody Sue was all 100% when she spoke. She spoke for all of those that she feels can incriminate and possibly with what she's already put out here, get everybody
Mm-hmm.
stuck up in a jail cell, right?
Right. And
I
I
mean,
don't know. I just had the womanly gut feeling. It was just a gut feeling months ago that she would retract on her stories. I knew it. I
well,
knew
let
it.
me, yeah, oh yeah. And let me
Yeah.
tell you something. Let me tell you something about Jody Sue. She comes out and says, the dog, the big vicious dog, had to have, right after Summer came up missing, had to have his stomach pumped, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
Andy
Yeah.
comes out and says, "That's an effing lie. That's an effing lie." I mean, he made it like a point to fucking come out when he heard she said it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Big red flag, right?
Yeah.
Big red flag because if you eat something, especially like a human, that DNA might still be able to be detected, right?
Yes. Yes.
And that could be a big problem for them. A big problem for them. You know, hey girl, how you doing? Spicy watermelon.
Oh, hi,
How you doing,
Spicy.
girl?
Hey, Prayer Garden. Hey, Wisconsin Mama.
Hi.
Um, Hi. When I saw you were live, I just wanted to chime in and say that Spicy Watermelon was right about her suspicions about Hawkins County law enforcement. It would explain why the crime scene was botched from the beginning. I do think that the sheriff knows his son could be involved somehow. And I wouldn't be surprised if there was some blackmailing going on to kind of hide the whereabouts of where Summer is. But I do believe that with these breakthroughs that are coming, she will be recovered very soon, probably by the end of October or early November, the latest. That's Spicy Watermelon's prediction, at least.
Right. Well, my thing is um in the police report, um the crime report, it says that victim, not victims, meaning that this could be, I mean, we could find out this is just his own wife that's felonies charges. It could be an old girlfriend or someone he you know, has been off and on relationships with over the last few years, which is an adult, claiming that, and he pleaded guilty to it. So, their claims were right if he pleaded guilty. But what I'm saying is, this may not have had anything to do with a child at all. And if it was a child, it's one child, victim, not victims. The
I
four
think
counts, are on the same victims. What I'm saying, meaning
I
plural,
think
one.
I think he may know something about the case, and I think somebody's gonna talk. Could be him, it could be someone else, but I feel like this breakthrough is is going in the right direction. I'm not
Oh yeah,
accusing his son being
yeah.
involved, but I'm saying his son, based on the history that I've seen from other content creators about him, um, the pieces are starting to, what's the term that people use, the dominoes are starting to fall, or the cracks
Yeah.
are starting to break, or the dam is about to burst.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah. Amen. Yes. And
Well, that could
that's,
be.
yeah,
Because, you know.
I think he's gonna work out a, I don't know, but I feel like he knows something, and maybe he may use that to snitch somebody out in a plea deal. But this is a good step in the right direction. So all I
Well,
want, like I said, is that little girl to be found. But anyways, I'll leave it at that. Good seeing you again. Spicy Watermelon's going back to bed. But
Okay.
just
All
wanted
right.
to
Good
come
night.
up and
good night,
say
sweetheart.
hello. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. She is so cute, ain't she?
Isn't she? Isn't she?
Hmm.
Yeah.
She is. But the thing is, I think I I'm pretty sure that all that separated from what happened to Summer. But I think we have we have the, hand in the pocket effect going on with a friend. Sheriff Ronnie Lawson has been friends with Andy's mother for years, right? We know this.
Yeah.
Possibly even somehow family to them and some connection. They could even be related now. So what I'm saying is, once whether someone's guilty or they ain't guilty, if you check your friend's pockets, you say, hey, something's missing. I want to check your pockets. Well, sure, they're going to let you check their pockets, right? If they didn't take it, they're going to let you check their pockets. And if they did take it, they're going to let you check their pockets. But anyway it goes, that friendship's going to be severed, right?
Right.
It's going to be severed. That there is no longer ever going to be a friendship there. I mean, what I'm saying is, if you have a super good friend and that they're like a little kleptomaniac and something of yours is missing, and it's not that much that you don't care, you don't bother to check their pockets, right?
Right.
You say, let them have it. You don't want to lose that friendship. And, that could be the problem here with Ronnie really looking into what Jody Sue's been saying, and Andy and them possibly might have been doing, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That could be the very problem there. And when you're in the position of law enforcement, you have no friends. You have no friends because you cannot afford to have friends when you are, unless they're law abiding citizens. Now, if they want to be your friend, they'll be law abiding citizens. If they're not, then they can't be your friends because you got to arrest their ass even if you don't want to, right? Because you are the law. You are this. When you took the oath to protect the people, you said, I don't have no unlawful friends, right?
Right.
And if I do, they got to go to jail.
Yeah.
Because the law comes first and everything else is secondary, to you upholding that law. Now, Ronnie Lawson has to get off his backside and do what righteously needs to be done. God put Ronnie Lawson in a position to help people, and he needs to be doing God's work and not humans' work, right? We ain't got time for friendships, Ronnie. You got to do God's work and keep your promise and finding this little girl, what happened to her, and getting justice for her, right?
Yeah.
She's top priority. Sure. She's the victim, Ronnie. Nobody else. And if you have anything leading you to believe, and I think Jody Sue's mouth has been leading everyone to believe in a lot of shit that needs to be checked out, like Andy Bernard.
Right.
Right?
Right. Yeah.
And I also think, after Don Wells has 50 people running after someone down a path and find, they see somebody, they chase them, and it ends up being her son. It looked like her son, clothed like her son, ran like her son. And when they got down there, I believe it was her son standing there with her, and she tried to say, no, you wasn't chasing. Yeah, they was chasing her son. And her son should have been pulled in and questioned ASAP, right?
I believe so too. I believe 100% that she is covering for her son.
How you doing?
Who was that? Who was that, PG?
I call BS.
How you
Can
doing?
you hear me, hon?
Yeah. What's going on?
Not much.
Are we talking about Ronnie?
Mm-hmm.
Why do I feel like I already know what happened to Summer then?
What do you believe happened to Summer?
Ronnie was the sheriff at the time in Hawkins County when she went missing, correct?
He's still the sheriff.
Oh wait, he's still the sheriff?
Yeah. Ronnie's still sheriff in Hawkins County. Absolutely.
His son get convicted of SA?
Yeah. But that don't have a bearing on the dad.
No? I know, because it's too little of a town to, I guess, you know. I don't know. I just think that there's a lot of corruption in these little small towns, it seems to me. No?
There's quite a bit of corruption in those little small towns.
Mm.
Do
Especially
you
when
live?
the
Do you
sheriff.
live in Hawkins County?
No, I do not. Thank God.
That's
No.
good.
Yeah, do you?
I don't say where I live. Sorry. But
I'm
being
just
being a
you
being
live
the
in Hawkins.
being a creator like this, and having children I need to protect. I don't tell my whereabouts.
I'll take that as a yes.
Really? You take that as a yes because she doesn't tell people where they live? She lives?
Because, well, yeah.
Okay.
So, are you just following the case?
No, I've been following it since day one. When's he getting out? October 30th?
Yes, he comes out October 30th.
Where's Candace?
At home.
The last time I heard, he was right here.
Absolutely fun. No, you know what? Scary though, right?
That's just a joke, sweetheart. Just a joke.
My bro.
That's a good one, the Wisconsin mama. look at Grandis. Grandis up on the iPad.
Oh.
Well, what happened to Granted?
Oh, Grandis hauled ass. Grandis is in she's
East
up in
Coast?
Wisconsin.
Oh,
She's
Wisconsin.
up in Wisconsin. Yeah, living with a friend of hers by some railroad tracks.
I know where that is.
Yeah.
I know exactly where she is.
So, where do you think Summer is?
Well, to be honest with you, from listening to Jody Sue and putting together her big ass fucking jigsaw mouth, what comes out of her mouth is basically a big jigsaw puzzle which you got to piece together. But from what's coming out of her nasty pie hole and that double forked tongue running mile a minute, I would say that Summer's probably, and as bad as it sounds, to trigger warning, probably in the stomach of some dogs. If you ask me.
Andy's here.
Is he?
Andy's in chat.
And that's Andrew. That's the Andrew Hunter's dad, Andrew.
And yeah.
PG,
Not.
Who's up on panel?
Hunter, as in.
I call BS is on panel.
Oh, I call BS is on panel. I was like, what do you call BS about?
Hey, that's a cute name, right?
I know.
I call
it
BS,
is, isn't it? I call BS. I love it. Yeah, and yeah. Okay. Now that we know who is who.
Okay. Oh, what was her name?
Wisconsin Mama, and I'm PG.
So Andrew is related to Hunter Howe.
He's his dad, his real dad, biological father.
PG, can you take down the front thing there?
I could, but I can't.
Okay.
Andrew, what do you have to say? Is Andrew still on or no?
He's in the chat.
He's down here in the chat.
He doesn't have anything to say on the panel?
No. I think what Andy has had to say, he's already said a long time
What do
ago.
you have to say?
Well, haven't you been following the case? Haven't you ever listened to Andrew?
I've been doing so many other cases.
Oh,
I'm still on the Debbie one. I'm on the. There's too many to even keep up with, to be honest with you. I just got one tonight about 2 missing toddlers in Virginia abducted by the non-custodial parent.
yeah, I was reading about that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're not safe.
Oh. So
Well-
Andrew says, he says about, what do you want him to say about what?
Oh, I just whatever his input is, like, I don't know. Where does he think Summer is?
Where do you think Summer is, Andrew? I think if he knew where Summer was, he'd already told and collected the reward, probably, right?
Yeah, if he knew where she was. But he says JSB is a joke.
Hey, that's the truth.
Yeah, at least that is the truth.
That is the truth.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what? I think law enforcement is a joke. I don't think they
Well, I
really
think they.
cases like
I
this.
think they could have done more to find this baby. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, I agree. I really do.
Well, I have to say that between Quentin's case and how fast they moved on that and Summers, it's totally disappointing.
I know.
Totally disappointing. I mean, absolutely breaks my heart knowing
know.
that there's law enforcement agencies out there that can work so fast to find a child or even to find out what happened to that child. And here we are on 16 months.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
It
I agree.
it breaks my heart. It's not fair.
Right.
It's not fair. That there's good cops out there that know what they're doing, and then you got these hillbilly hicks that act like they know what they're doing, and you know what? But they know what they're doing. You know what I mean? They know what they're doing.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. He says in a hole somewhere.
So what do you think about? Because nobody asked me, but I'm just gonna let you know. My opinion is she was sold, trafficked, and I say that, and I can back that up because it's just so. I don't believe in coincidences that there's so many people missing at this time. Like, there's too many kids that just end up not ever coming home.
That's
And I
the
think
truth.
I really think it's human trafficking, child trafficking, whatever you want to call it. It's trafficking.
I don't think so. Like in Quentin's case, they already know. You know, the mother's a number one suspect, right?
Yeah, that's a Casey Anthony case.
And in the Summer Wells case, Candace is number one suspect as well.
You know, Don is shady. You know, Don has put it out there. I mean, like, Don, yeah, you are a bad guy, Don. Yeah, you've done a lot of bad things.
I agree. Like,
But
feel
I
like
don't
the
think he
sleaze
had
bag.
anything to do with Summer's
Well,
missing.
I don't think he did anything to get rid of Summer. I think if anybody did anything, it was Candace.
Oh
Just
yeah.
saying.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I don't.
Well, you know,
going on there in that house, it was kind of crazy for a normal person.
mhm.
I still don't think Don was that, like, I just don't feel it. I feel like if anybody had anything to gain, it would be Candace because of her habit.
Yeah.
And it's funny how when you come up with a missing person case, right, and you have 3 boys, none of those 3 boys are missing, never have been. Only the one, which is
Well, that, you know, here's the thing. We don't know what the boys have said. But if something happened and the boys saw something, I mean, a parent could scare it into a child bad enough where they wouldn't say anything, no matter what. Because in the back of their mind, they're going to be remembering, oh, if I say something, this is what's going to happen to me.
Yeah.
You know, so, and like I said, we don't know what the boys have said.
Right.
We don't know anything. Except all we know is what Jody Sue Brown says. That's a complete show right there.
Making a Murderer.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And how they interrogated that poor boy for hours and hours and hours.
Lindsay said Don is so creepy that if you were offered $1 million tax-free dollars to sleep with him, it'd give you pause.
Well, that is a truth, yeah.
I tell him, keep it, please. I'm already doing good. I don't need that shit.
That's a fact.
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Just kidding.
Not me. Not me. I wouldn't have to think about it.
No.
I'd be like, no, pass it on by.
Keep on walking.
Yeah, keep moving. Hell to the no.
Yeah. Go find your Candace.
It costs you more than that to get rid of the shit you probably get, right? No. I don't think so.
No, not in this lifetime. No, or the next.
Right. You know, I personally believe, you know, that
right, Katie, you.
I personally believe that, you know, whatever happened up there, absolutely Candace, and Dawn knows. You know, I think the sheriff and law enforcement, I mean, they come up there and kicked ran a man off that had a deed in his hand to some land. That's fucking illegal within itself, right?
Yeah. But was Don involved in that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Donald was, and I tell you how. Mr. Dobbs, when he first got there, Donald was actually the first one he spoke with. And I still believe that's how Jody Sue and Andy knew Dobbs was there. And then they came running down there and got in a confrontation with Dobbs. And I'm sure that Don and Candace was close by keeping a watch, right? They're back up. And which escalated from there was the police was called, right? and law enforcement came out there, and who was police called by? Andy, because Andy knew that, you know, mommy's connection with Ronnie Lawson and them, their connection with the police department. They called out their buddies. Their buddies said, "Hey, you know, they want you ran off. That's what we're going to do is run you off, right?
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
want tax. We don't want high taxes around here. We don't want you around here. We don't allow outsiders around here. If you do not have the name of one of these damn streets, you're not welcomed, right?
Right.
That's it." And they ran that man out of there. And this man was smart enough to say up and go. You know, he ain't going to end up, you know, in the dog's belly as well, right?
Right.
And, you know, so he hauled it out of there. Now this is a super old man that, you know, I mean, he could barely walk to the toilet and probably has to sit down somewhere before he gets back, right?
Right.
And nobody's worried about a man this age. I mean, I've seen Mr. Dobbs, and I tell you now, a child could take him out, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean, he's old. I
Yeah.
mean, he doesn't get around that good, and you can tell most of the time he has to be sitting. So he's, you know, what I'm saying is he's got it all in the head and no longer in the body, right?
Yeah.
And that's just what it is. It's what it is. This man ain't running off with anything or anybody. And still, these healthy Jody Sue, you know, I mean, the bitch looks like a small sumo wrestler, right?
Mm.
And her old man, I mean, he looks like an oversized Gnome, and a huge one to be exact. You got Donald sitting over there. This dude just, I mean, damn, his lips look like he's a vampire, you know, staring at you.
Yeah.
And then you got Candace. I don't need to say no more. And, you know, these are way fucking worse people than this old man could ever be. But they all jump in a vehicle and go looking for this man, and they wait till after dark to do it. You tell me if that's fucking normal. You tell me the one that should be freaking worried, because I don't think it was them. I think it was Mr. Dobbs that should
Yeah.
be scared and worried.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And
I
had
mean,
they, you know, and had they found him, what did they plan to do with him once they found him? That's freaking creepy weird, right?
well, yeah, because
And
you
and
don't
my
know.
right.
No,
And
you
my
don't
thing
know.
is would Summer had came up missing the next day had they found him? I don't know. You know, did they need a body for something? And, you know, because I don't know. I mean, there's only a few reasons you go looking for somebody, right?
Right.
And all three of those reasons, all three of them reasons ain't good for the person you're looking for.
Mm.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's just, you know, that's, you know, Dobbs didn't come looking for them. They went looking for him. There you go.
Did your other panel lady leave?
Yeah. You know, you gotta be careful when you let people on panel, because, you know,
Yeah.
might shut your live and stuff down. So, you know, I haven't ever had her on panel, so you know, I have to be very careful. But anyhow, yeah. Where's Candace? There she is.
Oh,
There
now I
she
can see
is.
the rest of the picture.
Hawkins County Justice Center. She's waiting. She got Grandis popped up on the iPad. She's waiting, right? She's all waiting.
Yeah, she's waiting. How much
I even
longer now?
I even heard she had her tent pitched back there where you can't see it, but it's back there.
Jeez.
She's hanging out there. She's gonna hang out there for the duration. She's gonna get her boys back, right? She's gonna get her boys back. Summer's gonna always be with her, but her boys are still here,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And did that not tell us the summer ain't? Yes, it did.
Right. Right. She
So
did.
you know, and it told us
did.
that she knows that her daughter's no longer with us as well, right?
Yeah. She
And I mean,
knows.
they
I mean, she
exactly.
knows. You know. Oh, hey, Lisa. Thank you. Yeah, you just the reason I just have this, the only reason I feel like she really does know is because the one night when I listened to her, Don was on the phone and I was listening to her and her voice, I mean, like, she was really crying. Like, she was crying hard, like when you lose somebody or something and you know it's
Right.
not coming back. Yeah, that was what gave it away for me. Because there was just a heart-wrenching cry, and that's what gave it away for me.
From who?
From Candace when Don was on the phone, and Candace was in the background crying.
Candace, no. Candace fakes cry like she did with Mary.
Uh,
I ain't ever once heard Candace cry, not one time over
really?
something. Not once. Absolutely not. Fake cry, put on a show, yeah. Just like she did with Mary, and then they called me up and was laughing about it and cracking up and even wanted me to call her and tell her I'm some law enforcement. I was like, oh hell no, PG smarter than that. You that's a prison sentence right there, right? You don't ever impersonate law enforcement.
Well,
That's
no,
crazy.
no, that's crazy.
So, no.
Oh, she had those bad teeth. That's the reason she was crying.
Oh yeah, that night when that
Oh,
night when he was out doing a live with Cher, and then she was taking the phone out. I was on the phone with her, and she was taking the phone out, trying to make me tell him to get the fuck off the live with Cher. and then I had to give her a pep talk to attack him. No, don't no, Candace, look. You don't need to take me out there to tell him to get the F off the phone. What I
right.
want you to do is stay on the phone with me and me let you know how to handle it. You go out there and you tell him yourself to get the F off the phone. You just listen to I was on the other phone with her when she came
Oh,
out there and jumped all. I was basically her coach to get Donald off that live. I was her coach to get him off, and he got the hell off too, didn't he?
yeah,
Because you know what? I was showing Candace how to handle his ass. You want something, you mother freaking go out there and you get it, right? But this girl tried to say I wasn't her friend. Hell yeah, I was her friend.
yeah,
Um, you know, I was in the background, truly believing that, well, I wanted to believe that they didn't have nothing to do. One time I wanted it not to be the damn parents. One time, please give me that one time.
yeah.
Nope. I learned the hard way, right? I learned the hard way, but I learned. And and I really did support and uphold Candace and Donald to the fullest and seeking, finding, and bringing their daughter home. Absolutely, I did, and they know it. They absolutely know it.
So do you? And this, I'm just throwing this out there, okay? Because I'm just trying to look at different theories of what happened to Summer. If it was, in my opinion, do you hear that, Jody Sue? If it was her, or if it was her son, I'm trying to figure. If it was her son, then how would Candace and Don know? If it was her son that did something to
Because I'm going to tell
Summer.
you, I think that they know because here's my opinion. I I believe Jody Sue was telling the truth when she said they were given that Andy was given something for the kids to be sedated and bad things to happen to, right?
Yeah.
I believe that because I seen one of the boys looking like a girl in a picture. And nobody makes their son up like that. That's just fucking weird, right? I mean, that just wasn't normal at all. Now, after seeing that, I had my suspicions about that kind of shit. But then when Jody Sue came out, and it was the time she came out, like, if she would have just like came out saying that bullshit, out of nowhere, I would have said, oh, wow, this chick is just insane. She's just, needing attention and everything. But when she did it, at the time she done it, she was her mental capacity, if you know anything about psychology or anything about, you know, um, especially, um, you know, body language. You basically body language will always give you a lot more insight on a human than their words, right? And like
Oh
actions
yeah.
speak
Yeah.
louder than words.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, that night she did it, we had a lot of action going on, right? And the big action was Andy's old lady. Now, Lean on Me was up there flirting. Well, she just got the flirty voice and stuff anyway. But Andy's girlfriend was jealous of Lean on Me. And so she was trying to kiss Andy and let Lean on Me know who's got it, right?
Right.
And who ain't going to be getting it.
Yeah.
And this is going on. And this really, and this, and then they pop out about the wedding stuff, right?
Yeah.
And right at this time, you saw the actions of Jody Sue. Okay, Jody Sue was like, oh fuck this, because she really, I can't have him. Nobody will, bitches. And she, between Lean on Me and the real chick and Andy getting all of this attention, she flipped. Her actions flipped. And she just, like went straight. I mean, right, like she didn't even have time to think about what she was saying. She just said, you go right over there and you ask him this, and this, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And she done said it before she even thought about it. And that leads me to believe, yeah, oh shit, that was truth.
Right.
Because at that heat of the moment, she did not give a damn. She was escalated.
Yeah.
You
She
know,
was. She was.
I mean, what I'm saying is that that's what gives people, you know, lifting. That's what gets people when they're busted with another woman in the bed. That's what gets the woman. You might not make it out of the bed, right? I mean, I
Yeah.
know you two don't like us talking about, some things on YouTube, but what I'm saying is, many men and their better half that they're, the wife walks in or the husband walks in and nobody walks off that's in that bed, right? There
Right.
you go. That's the kind of thing, but she wasn't there to get that done. But she got it done from where she was in a different fashion. And so that leads me to believe that when Fred Hill came waltzing up on the hill and caught Jody Sue's son was working. He was making a little money. And, I'm not gonna lie, he's not a good looking boy at all. That kid's not good looking. I mean, hate me, but I gotta tell the truth. I wouldn't date him. hell to the no. I
No.
mean, you know, hell no, I'd rather date somebody like Ernie with mental problems than that kid, right? I mean,
Right.
he is an acne face. He's just big, you know. He ain't my cup of tea for damn sure. And probably not many other women that don't wear glasses, you know. I mean, you would need glasses, is what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, you know, if Candace and them were doing this kind of stuff, it's a possibility that explains why he's in a pool with Summer alone, and why the old man Freddie was up there and thinking the nasty stuff in his head that he thought the other boy was thinking. Probably he knew what they were doing as well, and he knew what the boy was doing, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
I
on the
I
day, Summer, whatever happened to her happened. It could have been another day that Jody Sue's boy was I mean, she could have woke up, right? Screamed like she did, and you don't know
well
what happened, right? We don't know what happened. I
well
mean, if they're
whoever.
sedating her, if they're sedating her, that might be where the scream came from, right? She might have come to and screamed. He could have freaked out and possibly ended her, or you know, they might have did something to try to sedate her again, and it she didn't make it, right? We don't
Yeah,
know.
but right, but we have to remember though, wasn't the scream unfounded? I mean, according, the scream was on.
I don't think that scream was unfounded at all. I think that scream happened. Um, you know, I have no reason to believe it didn't happen, you know. Um, but sure, for Ronnie Lawson, you know, with him, everything's going to be unfounded, right? I
Yeah,
mean, what I'm saying is, um, that county has a really bad. County has a really bad history of SOers, right?
it does. It
I
does.
mean, it's like, who isn't one up there? Who freaking isn't one? That's my
Yeah,
question. We don't
yeah,
have to ask who is. It's fucking just ask who ain't. Because I ain't found one yet. I mean, Frank Light, we all know.
hmm,
You know, um, Don Cherfy's son, there you go. You know, Donald Wells, there you go. You know, what I'm saying is, and from what Jody Sue says, Andy, there you go. And, you know, it's like Fred Hill, he's up there. We know what he was thinking about Andy's son. So it had to be in his dirty mind as well. There you go.
hmm.
That's what I'm talking about,
I
you know?
well, whoever. I mean, think about it. Whoever got up on that hill, if somebody did, um,
And they
she,
didn't.
right. I mean, like, it had to been somebody they knew. It had to been, because
If they
those
got up
dogs
on
would have went crazy.
if they got up on that hill, if they got up on that hill, they were allowed up on that hill.
Right, right.
What I'm
That's
saying
why.
is, who leaves an 18-year-old boy in a swimming pool unattended with their 5, 6, 7 year old? Who leaves
Right.
an 18-year-old boy in a swimming pool with their children at all, especially their daughter that's under the age of 18?
Well,
I
yeah. I
wouldn't.
mean,
I
I don't know.
wouldn't.
Well,
You
there's
know,
two theories that I lean towards, and that's either something happened after they got home, and Candace panicked and ended up calling Don, and Jody Sue ended up helping or seeing something. I don't know. Or I am leaning more towards her son. I think the dog story is just to throw people off. Um, but I just, for some reason, I feel like it's her son. So those are the two theories I'm going with.
Well, and like I
And you,
said, to me, there's only 3 scenarios to what happened. She came back out that front door. She came back out that front door no matter what. She came
yeah.
back out that front door. But she came back out,
Thank you, B.
and Candace attacked her. And it was a Leilani situation, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's 1. Or 2, Jody Sue heard that scream, and it came right out of that cabin she wanted to place her ass in when she heard the scream, because that's probably where it came out of, and that's why she needed to place her ass in it now.
Yeah.
And with her boy, Summer and her boy in there, that's a very good possibility. Now, this is just a scenario. This is my opinion. You know, that is, and at that point, that could explain why Andy was freaking out and saying, like Jody Sue didn't ever mention the boy being there when Andy freaked out on her and her daughter. The daughter's the one that said Bugs was there, right? Bugs was
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
And now the daughter put Bugs into it, and I'm sure Jody Sue got pissed as hell about that. But I think
Yeah.
that's who Andy was really talking to, possibly, because that would explain him telling Bugs, "You effing, what? I have to clean up your damn mess. I'm the last one to see this little girl's dead body, right?
Right.
Because of you." It would explain why Jody Sue has been fighting like hell to keep her son out of it, sent him away to the military and everything else, right?
Yeah.
There you go. I mean, big possibility there.
So has anybody, we've heard from Hunter's dad, Andy, a lot,
And
but
not only,
what about, have we ever really heard from Baltimore? I mean,
yeah, Baltimore was right up here on our panel.
oh, wait a minute now. Who is who? I get confused. So
Baltimore is Andy,
H's
Bug's
dad?
dad. That
Okay.
is Jody Sue's ex-old man, who is right now, if he hasn't getting ready to put a wedding ring on another woman's finger, instead of Jody Sue's 20-some years, and she didn't get that right.
Okay. Because I get them both mixed up. I don't know why, but I do.
Hunter's dad is Andrew.
Okay. Got it. They both just look I don't
You
know
got
why I get
Andy,
'em-
right? You got Andy, and then you have Andrew.
Oh, I get them so mixed up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of people do.
Okay. All right. So go ahead.
That would explain too the metal clinging. Well, she went where one of the footprints was found. 2 days after Summer came up missing, Jody Sue was right there in the area where that footprint was found. And when they caught her and asked her what the fuck she was doing, running around this properties, she said that she was looking for metal, wanted to know if they had any metal. Nobody there had any metal. And then she started talking crazy shit about how she heard metal, and they was going to call the police on her.
Oh, they should have.
And she got the hell out of there. She got the hell out of there before the police could get there. And yes. And what I'm saying, baby, is a bottle of water and a severed foot makes a footprint, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, she's wacko enough, I wouldn't put it past her. I just wouldn't.
Yeah. And the thing is I have some questions on that, on that. And actually once I brought that out, that's when she started coming into my chat and shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Another big red flag, right?
Yeah, she
and you think someone, if you're trying to save your son's ass, you think that Jody Sue is not capable of severing somebody's foot off? You're wrong. You're wrong. To save her son's ass, she'd do more than that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Absolutely. This bitch is wicked.
I
And
wonder.
she she goes around hollering she don't believe in God anyway, and this and that, and one thing and another. So she's damned to hell, right? So she don't care what she does in this life. When people think they're going to hell, they have no boundaries. Trust
Right.
me.
Well, I wonder what the TBI. I'm sure
I could
something
be
at
real mean too if
TBI.
God let me.
Yeah, well, you ain't gonna be. I'm
God
just
won't
saying.
let me.
No, but I'm just saying. I wonder what the TBI thinks about her YouTube videos. I mean, I'm sure they got somebody falling asleep behind the desk watching them. But I'm just serious. Somebody's got to be watching them videos.
You don't. I'm not telling you that you. We're supposed to believe the dog story. Also,
No, I know. It's just a
I'm not. I'm
theory.
not. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that this woman said that the secret lies with the dogs. Right. Well, if
Yeah.
you fed somebody to the dogs, there's the secret that they'll pack forever. Right. And that I'm just saying, this bitch is a riddler, and you have to break those riddles. Right. You got to think. You got to think because that's her little fucking game. That's her, like Don and Candace has their games. Jody Sue has hers as well. And I'm telling you, ain't telling you you have to believe anything. It's a scenario. It's a scenario. It's something that could have happened. I mean, there was a lady that actually done in her own man and fed him to the law enforcement. They literally ate him. So you tell me that this shit don't happen. You would say, well, we need to believe that scenario. No, you don't have to believe it, but it was truth and it really happened. So whether you believe it or not, people do some crazy shit, right?
Yeah, and she's been
I
saying
mean,
that an
there's
awful
been
lot
people that
lately.
actually barbecued
Oh, God.
humans
Puke my
and
brownies up.
and yeah, I mean they had a freaking full blown barbecue with someone they wanted to get rid of. Absolutely. And you think this stuff is, your mind can't perceive it because it's just unperceivable that people could do this kind of stuff. And a lot of people say, well, conspiracy theory. Well, the reason that people call it conspiracy theory is because their mind cannot perceive anything beyond that evilness. That type of evilness, most humans, they don't even want to think about it. They don't want to believe it. Even if it's true, they don't want to believe it. So it's easier on them to say conspiracy theory, right? Well,
Yeah.
believe it. Even the Bible says, believe a lie and be damned. I just don't, I'm just not one of them people willing to walk away and, believe a lie and be damned. I'm going as deep into that fucking darkness as I have to get the truth. Because I walk with God, I walk with Jesus Christ, and I know when I walk into that darkness, they're walking with me. And I'm going to tell you something. I don't care where this case takes me. I'm going to fucking go wherever needed to get this little girl the justice that she deserves, right?
Right.
And I'm going to stay on it. And I don't care how crazy it sounds. People out there are fucking crazy. You know?
Yeah. They are
And
all sick people
I
out
embrace mine. I embrace mine. Absolutely. People don't know how sick people can be.
there. Sarah, are you serious? She said Jody Sue is live right now talking about how other creators don't have real jobs and can't pay their bills if not for her.
Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you something, Jody Sue. There, for one, I'm not a creator. I'm a child of God, bitch. Get that straight now. That's what I am. That's what I am. And that's what led me here. And I will be here. I will be here until the good Lord brings this case to the light, Jody Sue. And I think he's bringing it to the light because I got you scared right now over there talking about creators, right? So I must be hitting some buttons that is truth, right?
Yes,
And you don't
must
want
be.
people listening to what PG's saying, right? You don't want them listening to me because I know your evilness. I know your fucking level of evilness, bitch.
Yeah.
I've been in them dark places. I know how sick you motherfuckers could be. So please don't sit over there. You better not be talking about me. Don't be talking about me at all. You better keep me out of your fucking pie hole, right?
Right.
I don't want to be anywhere near your double forked fucking tongue. I'm not a creator. I'm a child of God. Let's get that straight right now. And as far as Jody Sue goes, you know, I tell her she could pucker that pie hole up and kiss the backside of my ass, but I wouldn't want that double forked tongue fucking piercing me, right? On my butt cheeks. And that's a problem.
She
So, you know,
says,
she can take her head, twist it around like I'm sure she can. She probably can spin that bitch on her body and kiss her own ass. That's what she can do.
I don't know, that'd be pretty tough for her to do. Well,
Kiss
maybe
her
not
own
though.
ass.
Sitting in that chair all 24 hours, her ass is pretty fat.
No, let me tell you, demons like her
Fat
can
ass.
bend any way they want.
Yeah,
She can bend that way, right? That's how I feel
true.
about it.
That is true. Yeah.
They are given little helper jobs by Ronnie Lawson. I wouldn't doubt that a lick. I would not doubt that a lick.
All right, PG. Well, I'm going to step down. I'm going to go into chat.
All right, sweetheart. I appreciate you coming up here, Wisconsin Mama. Happy birthday, girl.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. And
Happy
thank
birthday.
you to everybody in chat for all the birthday wishes. All right. You have a good night.
You too, sweetie. Good night. Yeah. Got Jody Sue running over there, right? Got her running, especially running that mouth. She's running that mouth. Oh, people doing this and that. You know what she told Tiffany Marie? She told Tiffany Marie that Tiffany Marie needed to quit talking about summer. That all creators need to stop talking about summer. Yeah. Bitch, I thought your ass was out here for and to talk about summer as well. Not out here trying to shut it down, right? The way you are. You didn't come to YouTube to talk about summer. You came to YouTube to suck all the fuck you could out of everyone you can. And then, and in the whole mix of it, like you have been doing, talking about your husband, talk about your daughter, talk about your husband, talk about you, talk about your daughter, talk about this, talk about stalkers and everything else. Let's see your fucking stalker, Jody Sue. Let's just take a look at your stalker, bitch, because this is another call out I'm doing on your nasty ass. Let me get this thing down so I can let everybody just see this with clear eyeballs for yourself, Jody Sue. I know who your stalker is, bitch. I know. I'm about to show everybody. I'm about to call your shit out, dummy. Here we go. Look at, she says this is her stalker. She took this down too. She took this post down. But she had it. This is who she claimed. Look at it. Who do you see in that car? Jody Sue. It's you, Jody Sue. It's absolutely you. That's you, bitch, in the car. That red freaking truck is you. Now let's move on, Jody Sue, because that is definitely your ass. We all just seen it. We know it. Let's go on. Here you are, Jody Sue. Now let's go back. Let's go back. Look at this. The glass is all. Let's go back, Jody Sue. There you are, Jody Sue. Let's go back. There it is. Boom. That's fucking Jody Sue. It's you, you trashy ass motherfucker. And I know for a fact it's 100% you. Because watch this. Boom. That's Jody Sue, right? Miss Bone Lady. She's right there, all up in the window with her fashion fucking bone on her head. There you go, Jody Sue. That's definitely you. That's what I'm talking about, right? That's what I'm talking about. Right there. It's Jody Sue. What will you do? Huh? What will you do? You'll do about anything, bitch. And you think I don't think that you would have a foot in your fucking pocket and a bottle of water making feet print? Hell yeah, I do. Hell to the yes, I do. I tell you when it's hell to the no, but this is hell to the yes. I believe she would. Yeah. I don't put nothing past that narcissist bitch. Nothing. Nothing at all. There you go, Jody Sue. You want to go around try to shut little Summer down? Motherfucker, I will shut you down. I will shut you down. You want to talk about some death boxing shit and fucking bones? There you are with your big freaking bone in your head. right? You are a bonehead. That's what you are, a bonehead. That's my opinion. This is fucking America, and I'm allowed to have that. Did you hear that, Jody Sue? That's my opinion upon you. And I have a hell of a lot more, too. I'm not done with you, girl. I am not done with you. I ain't even close done with you after what you freaking said over there. You're going to wish that Tiffany Marie didn't ever come up on your panel and you wouldn't have talked to her like that. You're going to wish when she came up, you'd have been a hell of a lot fucking nicer. Because all you did is piss me off. You pissed me off. Trust and believe that. When you talk about Summer, you just better back the hell up, Jody Sue. You better back the hell up. When it comes to Summer, she ain't going in the dark again. I got that to tell you. She ain't going in the dark again. That baby's going to stay out here in this light, and she is going to be found. She's going to be brought home, and she's going to have justice for it. And if she's in the dark, we're going to find it fucking out too. We're going to find out what happened to that baby. We are going to find out. So, you can sit your, what you better be doing, Jody Sue, is shutting your shit down and getting your ass in a clerk closet, right? You better go hide somewhere, because I got a feeling you're probably going to be right there in jail with everybody else that's got a hand in all of this. And you know who they can all thank? You and your big mouth for coming out here, letting everyone know pretty much what happened and how sick you fuckers were up there on Ben Hill Road, right? There you go. How sick you was. How really sick you was. And you think for 5 minutes that, I'm going to say good things about Don Wells. I ain't got nothing good to say about Don Wells, because you know what? Your husband was with him the night before he went to jail, probably coaching him up to keep his fucking mouth shut while he's in there, right? Yeah. So I ain't got nothing for him either. Too bad he didn't get more time. Huh, right? He comes back out, and I'm sure Candace will figure out a way to get his ass back in there. There you go. But this is you. You called this a stalker, and we can clearly see it's your ass, your glasses, your hair, your ass sitting inside that car. It's all you, Jody Sue. Boom. And look at the boom. There you are. There you are. And you want us to believe you got a stalker. And why? So people could hit your Cash App? So they can feel sorry for Jody Sue? They got you off the hill. They got you in a fucking trailer. They gave you all kinds of money and everything else. I mean, you've been living off, and you want to talk about people that ain't got a job? You want to talk about people that ain't got, bitch, I pay my fucking bills. I paid my bills, all my fucking bills. You don't pay shit. You had Andy paying them all. Actually, little Summer and them across the road was paying for your bills, wasn't they? They was paying the bills, weren't they, Jody Sue? Those children, those abused fucking babies paid your bills, you piece of shit, bitch. Fuck you. I tell you what, you don't even know. You don't know me, girl. You fucking don't know me. And I don't think you ever want to know me. Absolutely not. I would stick your fucking head in a toilet and flush it. And that's the truth. That's the truth. That ain't a threat. That is a fucking promise. You're a moron. And you better keep that jaw off of Summer. You didn't know Summer. You didn't know her because you didn't ever get to know her. You didn't ever like her. You called her a fucking brat when she needed somebody to help her. Instead of getting that big fat ass out of the truck and going in that house and help this little girl, you freaking said to hell with her, like you said you did. She came out of a shower with from being in it with a man, and you knew that was wrong, but instead of calling for help, you said she's a damn brat, a bratty ass brat, and just waltzed off, right? And you told us you knew they were abused, you knew they were being fed all kinds of drugs and liquor and everything else, and you didn't get any help for them, no help for them, but you got your big mouth out here trying to get help for yourself, right? because you got cut off from Andy's paycheck and some other nasties getting it, right? So now you think society out here is supposed to keep your fat ass up, and then you're going to talk about us creators. You don't know nothing. I'm going to tell you something. I don't make anything. It costs me to do what I'm doing for Summer, but I'm doing everything for her, ain't I, Jody Sue? I'm doing everything for her. You know what, Jody Sue? Bam. This is called content,
Armstrong
bitch,
said
that you
assistant
have to put together. Boom. This is called content that you have to put together. Boom, bitch. This is content that you have to go put together. And you know what? It shows what a lying fucking bitch you are too, doesn't it? There you go, Jody Sue. There you are. And listen, that's called content. This is called content. All of this stuff is content. And you know something? At the end of the night, every night, boom, there you go. That's called content, and that is what needs to be kept in the spotlight, and that's what the hell we're doing. What the fuck are you doing, Jody Sue? What are you doing? You tell me. And I work a job, take care of 4 freaking kids. None of them's got mental problems like yours. I ain't sending nobody to a military. Well, mine ain't old enough yet, but I still the hell wouldn't. And you know something? I raise them right. And I raise them with God Almighty, not fucking Satan and some fucking weird curtains with Hannibal Lecters and Norman Bates and freaking Harriet Potter in the background. Lady, you're a sick bitch, and you're the one that needs to back up, shut up, and go into the dark, not Summer, right? Not Summer. She's the victim, not you. And the sooner you realize this, and you didn't get her no help, why people even sit on your panel, I don't even know. I don't even know. I wouldn't even listen to your ass after knowing how vicious and horrible and ugly you was to that baby that is now missing and we're all looking for. You done nothing to help or save her. Nothing. Absolutely, positively nothing. But criticize her, put her down, and when she needed you most, called her a fucking brat. Right? There you go. So if anybody feels that, PG is mean to Jody Sue, I gotta say, I don't give a fuck, because I am mean. I am mean. That's true. And I have every probable cause to be mean. And this is America. I'm allowed to be mean. I'm allowed to be whatever I please, right? And let me tell you something. At least my mean is truthful. 100% truthful, right, Jody Sue? Because everything I said is the truth. You're fucking ugly and mean, and you're harassing, and you're victimizing. You're over there right now talking about all of the creators, not one, but all. Putting them down. But it's okay when Jody Sue does something like that, right? And the only reason she's doing it is because she wants this case shut down and Summer in the background so her boy can be safe to come back home to mama. Right? That's what it is. Trust me, I knew that bitch had a dog in this race from day one. That's what I'm talking about. Absolutely. Absolutely. I knew she had a dog in this race. And she's been trying to hide that dog from day one. And we don't, we all know who it is. We all know who it is. Hey, man, I'm going to tell you what. I am Summer Strong, just like everyone else in this chat. I am Summer Strong. And we are not going to let Summer be put in the dark again. We saw that shit. We watched it. We saw it. And that's exactly why Summer didn't get didn't get found like Quentin. She didn't get the respect the courtesy, respect, and all the things that she deserved. She didn't get it. We're 16 months down the road. Quentin is 2 weeks down the road, and they've already found everything they need to prosecute. And that could have been Summer as well, had we been there from the beginning. Summer needed us on day one to keep her in the spotlight. And, you know, we didn't. And I'm so sorry for that. You know, but I wasn't a creator. I wasn't, you know, I was forced into this when I couldn't get anyone else to do what needed to be done. And that's to tell the truth about these people up there. And to pull Summer out of the dark into the light. You know? But I wish that we could have found her from day one. And I'm not going to lie, am I jealous of Quentin's case? Hell yeah, I am. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I love Quentin. He's beautiful, and I love him, and I'm so happy for him. But I'm so sorry for Summer that she didn't get the same treatment as well. And does it piss me off? Yes. Does it make me angry? Yes. Does it make my blood boil sometimes? Probably yes. And to watch Ronnie Lawson just sit there and fucking do nothing and not proceed anywhere. I mean, just like he don't give a fuck. When he fought like hell to find the other little girl, right? But he didn't fight to find Summer. Makes me lose respect for him and law enforcement as well, right? You know, be careful what you got faith in. Because the only real faith you can have is in God, right? Not humans, but God. That's a shame. Yeah, he blew Summer's case from day one. Dropped the ball. He dropped the ball when it wasn't treated like a criminal case. Georgia treated Quentin's case like a criminal case from the start. And as you see, they got the answers to prosecute. And I believe Summer's case could have been the same, but Ronnie Lawson didn't fucking do that. He didn't do that because, like I said, he didn't want to step on nobody's toes, right? He wants to play that friend game, you know, instead of the Shane game. And in his position, you can't be the friend. You ain't allowed to be. You ain't supposed to be. And if that's how he's going to play, he needs to step down. He needs to step the fuck down and let someone else take over that can get it done, right? That's true. That's absolutely true. And due to this case, I doubt if he's even going to run for sheriff again, but when he does, I'm sure he's going to lose. I'm positive he's going to lose. Because people see that, you know, his word is no good. He gave us his word that he was going to solve this case, and he didn't. He didn't. And he still hasn't. He ain't even coming out and giving us an update on it. I mean, I don't want to hear you. I don't want to hear you don't have no updates. You got an update, motherfucker. You got an update, whether it is come out and say, well, you know, we are still investigating. We've got certain things that, you know, we've had from early on, but, you know, it hasn't really been moving at this point, but we're still fighting to get something done. Or you could come out and say, you know, look, folks, we're at a standstill. I don't know what to say, you know. Knowing and proving's two different things. He could say that, and I would respect it, right? But to say nothing is rude, uncaring, and fucked up, right? That's what I got to say. But anyway, let's take a look at your son, Ronnie, and you and your guys' beautiful life that you all live. Let me knock this down because we wouldn't want nobody to miss Ronnie and his family, right? This is his good old son that just got convicted. There's his son in the middle. There's Pappy right there in the back. You know, or as, you know, all different cultures have different names for Poppy, Pappy, you know, Daddy, all different languages for him in the back there. But there's his son, his beautiful, loving, well-mannered, probably highly achieved son that is an SOer, right? There you go. Got 20 years, but he only has to do one. Wow. Wonder who else could ever get that. That motherfucker needs to play the lottery, right? He might win. There's his bride. It's just too bad she didn't trip before she got to the altar, right? Yeah, sprung an ankle. So she could hold that wedding off. She had time to think about it. She might not have had it, right? How's it going to shame on her face now? She walks into the grocery store. You know? Wow, we know what your old man did, right? You still had him. I mean, that was 2018 and you're still with him. Must not bother you that he does nasty things to other people, right? Yeah. It's like no shame in her game. And look at this. He's like, yeah, I got this one where I want her, right? At least that's the look on his face I'm getting. I would think that picture's called for divorce. There they are. This dude's eyeballs always look like they're on attack, right? I mean, his eyes. He looks like he's on attack. I mean, he just looks fucking crazy, right? Something just don't look right. Yeah, absolutely, I agree. Something ain't right there. Creepy. Absolutely. Just like, I don't know. He's got them fucking eyes that just like, you know, they're staring at you and then they penetrate through you, right? You're like, oh my God, get the hell out of here, run. Yeah, he definitely has creepy piercing fucking eyeballs. Like, you know, animal. He's got animal eyes. That's what they look like. But his old lady knew all of this and didn't get rid of him. You got to wonder about that, right? She might have turned him down, told him to get out there and find something else, right? And knowing, and I don't think he could find it. Look at him. He just always looks hungry. There he is again. Unbelievable. Yeah. Somebody filed charges on him 4 times, right? He wouldn't leave him alone either. I mean, he's the worst kind because he keeps coming back. There you go. There you go. I mean, the guy likes to wear wigs, right? Wow. I don't know. I'm gonna let that one go. Wow, she sure don't look like he did when she was kissing him, right? Look at him. Look at him. He looks like he looks right there like he's stalking somebody, right? What the hell? That's just whoa. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. He's like, don't worry, I'll get you. All right. Don't worry. And they're down. This picture is in some creepy fucking cave. This was taken in some creepy ass cave. Yeah. So they do run around in caves, right? It was some kind of light show inside caves. And that is his daughter. And his daughter was pretty old when they got married. I think if it was his daughter, I think it is. I don't know. I mean, the daughter was like 5 or 6 years old when they had the wedding. So I don't know. And there was a lot of pictures where he wasn't in it. It was just a mom and daughter. A lot of pictures, just them, and he wasn't nowhere in none of the pictures. So I don't know if he is her biological dad or not. Is what I'm saying. You know. So I don't know. I would think he was, and they just didn't get married until, a few years later. I'm not sure. But anyway, I do know there was a lot of pictures of just the mother and the daughter without him in them. And the little girl was way smaller. Up until around, I say about 3, 4 years old. Then I started seeing the daughter with him in the pictures. So I don't know. But yes, that's the happy family that ended up not so happy anymore, right? And I needed to remind y'all that, Jody Sue right there in that truck was stalking herself and then trying to tell everybody that this was someone stalking her that's clearly fucking her in the car. Yeah. And that's her sporting her bone jewelry, out of the death box that she keeps in her backyard and thinks is perfectly fucking normal for some reason that I don't know. There we go. On Jody Sue. And that was saying everything in your own terms and language, right? Did I sound like you there for a minute, girl? Yeah. Anyhow, exactly. And this is a picture that Beautiful Sunflower sent in. And I wanted to share with everyone. Ain't that funny picture? That's Donald. Donald's stepping out of jail. And old boy is stepping in. Right? And all people ever ask me is, PG, where's Candace? Where's Candace? Well, there she is. There she is. She's going to get her boys back because Summer's always going to be with her. Yeah. Remember that line she gave us? Right there, we knew she knew what happened. We didn't have to think no farther on that one, did we? So, absolutely. Anyway, PG, Jen came in. I think it was a great night. I think we covered a lot of things, I know. And some people saying, now we're supposed to believe, this or that. No, you ain't supposed to believe anything. Anything. God gave you your own person. God made you your own person. He made every one of us our own people. That's what I love about this chat is this is America here, right? We all say we don't get our freedom took here. We agree to disagree, we hug it out, and we come back tomorrow. That's what we do. You know, this is pure freedom over here. I don't tell you how to think. You think however you want to think. That's why God gave you a brain. Use it. He gave everybody a brain. And you are entitled to think however you want to think. No one, not PG or anyone else, has the right to tell you how to think or lead you in a way that you don't want to think, hon. You think for yourself. You think for yourself. All I can do is bring it to the table. You know? All I can do is bring it to the table. I can tell you, you know, what I'm thinking. When I tell you what I'm thinking is scenarios, because I'm doing everything I can to try to figure out what happened to this little girl so we can find her, bring her home, and get justice for her. And all I'm bringing to you is what's coming out of other people's mouths, and I'm putting together like a jigsaw puzzle, right? And what's coming out of Jody Sue's mouth is that they was up there sedating these children, allowing SOers to do bad things to them, and that that the secret lies with the dogs. Possibility they fed summer anyway to dogs. Now, I don't know. This is what I'm getting as Jody Sue is putting it out. This is what, what I feel Jody Sue is saying. It's just my opinion. It's my opinion from all the things I've heard this woman say, and I've been trying to piece all of it together. Right? Now, is it fact? I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't there. If I was there, I could tell you, hell yeah, it is, if it was. But, hon, I wasn't there. I'm just, like law enforcement, like anyone else, we're just trying to piece it all together, right, to make sense. And I ain't telling you how to think. Actually, it's great to know that you guys, have your own minds, and we all think differently. And it's all of our thoughts put together that might actually find Summer and bring her home. I mean, if you got a theory of why Jody Sue says the secret lies with the dogs, send them to me in my email. I'm open-minded. I mean, I think, what the scenario I just gave you is what I think. I mean, I thought over a long time. I mean, it lies with the dogs. People thought maybe she, buried the body under a dog so that the search dogs or cadet couldn't pick the smell up, right? People thought that when she said the secret lies with the dogs. But when she says dogs, not dog, she says dogs. Because when you bury something, it's one, right? Plural, a dog. When she says dogs, what do you do with dogs? You feed them, right? And water them. And if you fed them something, that you needed to get rid of, then the secret does lie with them, right? It does lie with them forever. They ate it. So, I'm just trying to figure out this jumbo's mouth, right? That's all I'm trying to do. Is trying to figure out, what this crazy bitch is trying to tell us. And, that's what I came up with. One of the scenarios that she could be telling us. But no, I'm not going to force anyone to believe that. I believe it. I believe she's capable of it. I mean, people's done a lot worse, right? Look at Hannibal Lecter, right? Look at Norman Bates, dressed up like his freaking mother and shit. Look at, there's so many other. Look at Lizzie Borden, for instance. She walked free, right? And, it's just so many others. Jack the Ripper, right? I mean, look at the, smiley face, where he actually cut a smile. And how many victims' faces? You think, oh, nobody could do this, but he did. I mean, he ripped their face open side to side, right? I mean, people do crazy shit. It's not unheard of. It's not uncalled. I mean, it's been called out sickos for eternity. But, it's not that far fetched if you ask me. But the thing is, when you think of something like that, you got to think of who is capable of doing it. Jody Sue would be, for sure, right? She would be. I mean, I don't doubt anything she's capable of doing. I mean, she's got all the characteristics. If you're looking for characteristics, she's got every damn one of them. So, but yeah, don't ever think that PG's trying to make anyone think like myself, because I'm not. I'm absolutely not. And, it bothers me that people think, I'm trying to lead you to think some way. I am not trying to lead anyone to think any way they don't want to think at all. So, absolutely not. God gave you your own brain, and I respect your opinion, and however you want to think, that is respected to the utmost. And that's what the great thing is God made us all different. And you know what? If we wasn't all different, it'd be a boring ass world, wouldn't it? I mean, I wish we all were good, kind, caring, and loving. But I still like the way we all like different colors, right? We have different favorite numbers. We have, so many different things. We look different, react different. We are different, and that's what keeps the world spinning, right? That's why you get up every day and, because everybody ain't alike. And you like to see what this person's going to do next, or that person's going to do next, or this person's going to say next, right? That's why you like people, because they're not nothing like you. They're different. They amuse you. And that's what I'm talking about. So, you be who you are. Don't let nobody else live your life. You live your life for you. God gave it to you. Live it. That's what I'm always trying to tell people. Live it. It's yours to live, hon. So live it, because it's going to be gone before you know it, and you're going to wish you did live. I'm just warning you. It's like Ronnie Lawson didn't want to find. It was. Absolutely, Rosa. Absolutely. I agree with you. Donald and Candace came out. They wanted to talk about anything but summer. Jody Sue, anything but summer, right? Ronnie Lawson really was just, he come out, go back in hiding forever. I mean, when he came out, they're not cooperating, but he still didn't talk about summer. He didn't talk about summer as well, right? I mean, I barely even heard him ever talk about summer himself, if you ask me. So, there you go. There you go. So, absolutely. Absolutely. So, I don't know. It's like they wanted to shut this case down from day one, and I don't understand it. And Trisha, I so appreciate that. You're the best. I love you. Hey, girl, I love you too. And you guys are awesome. You're awesome. Don't ever let no one tell you you ain't, because you guys definitely are. I know I tell everybody, go where you want. You're always welcomed here. And you know something? But when you go there, please don't let these people disrespect you. Don't let them time you out, block you, treat you like, don't put up with that shit, because you know what? You don't deserve that. And no one should, no one has a right to make you feel like you have to believe a way that you don't want to. Don't mold yourself to fit their criteria. Be who you are, because that's what everybody loves, right? Be who you are. That, Don't let the world change you in any way, form, or how. And you won't ever be changed here because this is America. You're free to be you, right? You're free to be you, and I love it. I love it, and that's the way all America should be, and everybody, every other creator's chat should be as well. And I know they ain't, but they should be. And I so appreciate your support. Absolutely love and appreciate the support you guys give and show for these missing children and helping this channel keep going. I so thank y'all. God bless. Um, Palm Palm Patrol says super sticker. Yes, amen. I am so grateful. Absolutely grateful. You know, God bless. God bless. God bless all of us. God bless all of us. And I know if Summer and them were here, they'd so thank you for keeping, this channel going, helping with everything and keeping them in the spotlight. We I know that, Summer's number one here. Absolutely. You know. We started here for Summer. This is her YouTube. And but we cover a lot of other children too because Summer would want us to. And from there, time to time we cover other cases. I would not have missed Quentin's case for nobody. He's so beautiful, isn't he? He's so beautiful. And and his case showed us how fast Summer's case could have been solved had it been treated in the same manner as they treated Quentin's case, right? So we learned a lot by doing Quentin's case. And, and that's probably why God had us do it. Because now we know that every child's case, as we have been saying from day one, every child's case should be being treated like a criminal case from the beginning. From the beginning, just like Quentin's case was. And I believe Summer's case would have been solved had they treated it that way as well. So, I think we have something to take up a petition for, start fighting for, and get the law changed to where every case is treated, every missing child case is treated like a criminal case from the beginning. And then they work their way out, right? Until the child is found. Absolutely. If Summer was my child, and the minute she went missing, I would be going door to door and still would. Absolutely, Trisha. But you know what? If Summer was your child, she wouldn't be missing because I could tell you would have made sure you knew where she was every second. You'd have been taking care of her. And if you had a bad temper, it wouldn't have been against your child. It would have been against whoever roused that temper up for you. Because that's just who you are. And I don't think because I watch everybody in my chat, and I personally don't think that you use rechanneled aggression on anyone. I truly believe that you handle things with whoever you got a problem with and treat everyone with the respect they deserve, especially children. So I don't think she would ever been missing. If she was yours, she would have been in good hands, healthy, well, and we wouldn't even be here right now over Summer. But, she is missing, and her mom ain't door to door because her mom already knows what happened to her, right? Absolutely. Absolutely. Northern, I so appreciate that, girl. Absolutely. Another super chat. Amen. God bless. I so appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you from all the children that this channel covers as well, including Summer. I know Summer would thank you if she was here. So I'm doing it for her. These children don't have a voice. We got to be their voice. And I know that voice is, to law enforcement, to, the the people that did whatever dirty thing that happened to the child, and but also, you know, we have to be their voice as well, um, and thankfulness. When we know they would be thankful, then we have to step up and say thank you for them as well, right? And and I know these children would be very, very thankful. That's why the Bible says, you know, that you have to be like a child to enter the gates of heaven. Children are just kind, caring, loving, you know, they don't hate nobody, they love everybody. I just wish, you know, they could stay that way forever, right? Be a beautiful world. Um, I appreciate you, PG. Work hard on Summer and other missing cases. Love you. Oh, girl, I love you too. I love everybody. And except Jody Sue. I don't love that bitch. At all. I don't. I ain't got nothing for her. Period. Haven't had nothing for her from day one. Haven't had shit for her. You know, I even tried to give her a little benefit of the doubt and found out I couldn't, right? I'm going to tell you, you can't give her anything. She's just right down fucking pure evilness. Pure evilness is what that bitch is. Pure evil. And you know it too, don't you, Jody Sue? You know it. The only problem with you, Jody Sue, is you're just not as smart as you think you are. You're actually a fucking dumbass if you ask me. That's what you are. You're a fucking dumbass. And if you think Don's coming out of jail and, you know, have anything to do with you, he's fucking not. Trust and believe that. He's not. He don't fucking like you either. Period. He don't like you. You tried to say he's a peeping Tom. He said he didn't want to see that fat ass bitch. And I got that on recording. He don't like you. Period. He knows what you are, how you are, and who you are. Trust me. So, sucking that ass ain't going to get you nowhere. Candace can't stand your face. I mean, you thought you was going to rip her the fuck off for everything she had and then some, right? Well, you know what, Jody Sue? That didn't happen, did it? You got a little bit till I stepped in. And then your ass didn't get fucking shit no more, did you? There you go. PG shut that fucking money train down for your ass, didn't I? I told Candace, what the fuck you giving her anything for? Tell her go fuck herself, right? She don't deserve shit. I mean, why is she taking you to the cleaner? She's making a ton of shit of herself, right? She giving you any of it? Hell no. There you go. There you go, Jody Sue. Yep. Candace don't fucking like you either. She knows what the fuck you did to her. You're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit. So, you know, go to hell. In a handbag if you can. And take your fucking death box with you, right? Weirdo. But anyway. Oh, I do work. I tell you, I'm not lying. I do work hard. I do work hard. And I ain't let no fucking bitch like Jody Sue that sits on her fucking ass all day and has sat on her ass forever, other than swinging it on a pole a few times, and telling me shit, right? That bitch ain't going to tell me nothing. Absolutely nothing. Because I do bust my fucking ass. I got 4 kids and I bust my ass to keep my home spotless. I cook 3-4 times a day. I make sure my kids have food. They have clothes on their backs and clean clothes. They bath every day. They have clean sheets on their beds. You know, I do bust my ass. I work from the time I get up till I go back to bed. And sometimes I don't get to bed till 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning. And I'm back up at 7:30. At 8, and I'm working. Right now I get to work from home, so I don't have to get up as early, and I homeschool. But by 8 o'clock, I am frying potatoes, making eggs, toast. I'm not pouring out a bowl of cold fucking cereal saying go sit somewhere with it. Or go make your own. My ass is, I make the food, I put it on a plate, and I hand it to my children. Because I am the one responsible to be doing that, right? I'm the one responsible for doing that. And you know, if I do decide to have a pizza night, we are very thankful for a pizza night when I don't have to cook and I can just put it on plates and serve it out and get to actually put my feet up for a few minutes. I am grateful. I am grateful. And that's okay because I love being grateful. I love being grateful. I love, you know, knowing that everything don't come easy. It don't come easy. And I appreciate everything that, you know, me and my children get, we appreciate. We don't expect it. We respect it. That's what we do. And Jody Sue don't respect shit. She expects society to take care of her fat ass all the time. A free ride on those little kids on that hill that were being abused. She knew it, but as long as the money's coming into her household, she didn't give a damn, and she didn't report it, did she? That's what Jody Sue's telling us. That's what she's telling us. And then when that support wasn't there anymore, it flew in another direction. She moved out of there, had other people. She didn't take her money to get off that hill. She took everybody else's. She got donations to get off that hill, right? They helped her get off that hill. They got her in, and she's still living off of donations. She's got supporters over there still giving her monies to live off of, right? Do you have a P.O. box, Jody Sue? I'd like to send you gifts. PG ain't got a P.O. box. I got a P.O. box because you know what? I don't want gifts. I want Summer found, brought home, and justice gotten for her. Oh, Jody Sue, you know, she's got a wish list. PG ain't got a wish list. I don't want, you know what my wish is? That God would answer her prayers and bring this baby home. That's my wish list. That's PG's. That's what I want. Whether people believe it or not, I love that little girl. And that's why I bust my ass. And I don't get half the sleep I should. But it's okay. It's okay. Because Summer's worth it. She's worth it. And just sitting here, Jody Sue, want to put her in the dark and not talk about her? Shut other people up and down on her? So they can't, you know, they don't talk about her either. No, I will not tolerate that. We will not tolerate that. Jody Sue is the one that needs to go. Not everyone keeping Summer in the spotlight and working to get justice for her. It's the bitches like Jody Sue that needs to go. The suspects. She's not a creator. She's a suspect. And she's the one that needs to be shut down, right? Nobody else. Summer ain't ever getting shut down over here. Ever. Yes, we do. Why? Yes, we do. We all wants Summer home. Not Jody Sue. Jody Sue don't want Summer to ever be found. Or anybody know what happened to her, because Jody Sue's got a dog in this race. And I think we all know who that dog is, right? I think we know. And she's fucking scared. She's running scared now. And she's wanting to shut it all down, right? She's wanting to shut Summer down, but she still wants to be out here talking bullshit to people and getting their support, right? Yeah. She wants to sit there and say Dawn should be telling Summer's story, and Candace and the neighbors, including herself. Well, bitch, you weren't a fucking neighbor. Because let me tell you something about neighbors, Jody Sue. Neighbors, real neighbors help one another. Real neighbors help one another. When they see a need, they're there for the person, right? When you saw those kids abused across there, you weren't a neighbor. You didn't do the right thing. Neighbors do the right things and report that shit. They do the right thing and make sure those kids get the help they need, right? You didn't do that. So you need to shut the fuck up and go your way. Because you done nothing for Summer. And you still ain't doing nothing for Summer. And you lied to Tiffany Marie that you tell people to say her name. I ain't never heard you say her name. I ain't never heard your fucking ass say Summer's name yourself completely. Why don't you know what, Jody Sue? Summer Moon Utah Wells. That's her name. Why don't you say it? Why don't you say it? Tiffany was up on your live trying to get you to talk about her. Why didn't you say it, Jody Sue? Because you're fucking afraid to say it because you got a dog in that race, right? Yeah. You don't want to say it because you don't want it said. That's why. There you go. Exactly. You're a piece of dog shit. That's what you are. And it's funny how it just crossed my mind what you was thinking, right, Jody Sue? That wasn't fucking funny. You're a sick bitch. Grizzle. Oh, wow. Really? Oh, wow. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate the support. Absolutely. $50. Oh, my goodness. Absolutely. He paid the StreamYard. He paid the StreamYard, and the other people helped pay for some of my apps tonight. God bless you guys. God bless. Absolutely. StreamYard just went up. It went up. So I am so grateful. I am so grateful. So that really helps. It really helps, it does. And, it leaves me, when you guys help support this channel, it helps me support my kids better. And I pray, I thank you for that. Because, I'm going to do this regardless. I'm going to do this, right? And my kids understand. I got really good kids and they know this is a great cause. But sometimes I do wish I could get them a few things extra. And by you guys doing this, you allow me to do that. So thank you. Thank you. Oh, Trish, I so appreciate. Wow, I didn't see that one coming. I so appreciate it. Bless you, PG. God bless you guys. God bless. I am so grateful. Yeah, Grizzles got away from me for a minute, and then I went back looking for something and seen it. I was like, no. And then I come back down to the bottom of the chat, and I see Trish gives helping out as well. God bless you guys. Gemini says at Prayer Garden. Hi, sweet lady. How are you tonight, sweetie? God bless. God bless. Much love. No, she was talking 1K a week from Wells. We never went and put 2 in groceries for them kids. Andy said he took expired snacks from vending machines to, yeah. She said that that they was getting um 1K plus a week from the Wells and was mad. And so, and they still was able to buy cigarettes and liquor and a bag of corn dogs. Looked like they couldn't even feed the family. She wanted those too, right? She wanted those too. She didn't care if them babies starved to death. She didn't care that they was being abused. And then when she told on Andy and knew she said it in the heat of the moment, she's like, but I didn't know until recently. Bet you knew the whole time, right? She knew the whole time. She just spit it out and then tried to have to backtrack to save her ass. It's what she did. Yeah. Because she knew law enforcement's going to say you knew. And you were an accomplice to it now. Accessory to the crime, right? So her ass going to get in trouble as well. That's what she's going to do. And now she's trying to change it all up. Because maybe, possibly, law enforcement's starting to listen. Especially law enforcement outside of Tennessee. And they can because of the closeness of this knitted up community, they can bring outside law enforcement in to start looking at a few things. And it's possible they may have done that. They may have done that. That may have been already ordered to be done. Yeah, let's hope it did with Jody Sue's mouth and why Ronnie wasn't acting upon it. I'm sure it is enough people have spoke out to get it investigated. So I'm sure there's a outside law enforcement looking into all of this. Absolutely. Yes, she is. She is covering, if not involved in Summer's missing. And we all know whom she's covering. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We know the dog she's got in this race, and she's been trying to hide it from day one, which all of us have thought that was kind of, weird as well, right? We always take a note to it, right? The best thing she could have done for everyone is not even came out here, period, right? I mean, basically, what I'm saying is when the truth comes out, when the whole truth comes out, I mean, when her dog ends up getting in trouble for it, that dog needs to thank no one but mommy, right? That dog don't need to thank no one but Jody Sue. Because it was her mouth that led everyone, even law enforcement, into looking into this further. To get what probably will be done. So that's who she can blame. Absolutely. And I think she knows now that she has screwed up. Because she is definitely trying to shut things down, sitting over there backtracking and willing to pucker up and kiss hard wherever she needs to when it comes to everybody that's got information upon that day, which is Dawn, Candace, Grandis, and Andy, right? And that's what's going on. And she homeschools her daughter because she don't want her daughter around. She knows her daughter knows a lot, and she don't want no one else talking to her daughter, getting that information out of her daughter. So therefore, her daughter is like a prisoner. A prisoner. Of circumstances in that home, right? And that circumstances is knowing too much about what happened to Summer Moon Utah Wells. Well, how can we find out, PG? Law enforcement isn't going to tell us that they got outside law enforcement looking into it. But I'm pretty sure they do, the way that Jody Sue is acting over the last, I'd say, about a week. So that tells me that, yeah, law enforcement is looking in. She knows something's coming down. So, you know, and I think too many people ain't calling Hawkins County complaining. They're calling TBI and FBI. And when you call TBI, FBI, and then some of the higher ups, you know, like people that make the laws, when you start talking to the higher ups, then it starts, then now you got outside law enforcement that is basically, they've been ordered to go over the case and new set of eyes on everything, because it's a possibility that, that the law enforcement there ain't doing the right thing due to the fact that, everybody knows everybody, right? And they're all friends. So, but we ain't gonna know until outside law enforcement looks it over. They investigate everything, and then they'll come to their conclusion. They'll come to the conclusion whether to, take it serious, what to trash, what not to trash, and then what to do about the whole situation. And that means who to prosecute, right? If they have enough to prosecute with. I say with Jody Sue's mouth, they've got plenty to prosecute on. And her boy, she thinks sending him off to the military, that's what law enforcement wants, because now they can get him alone. They can get him alone and talk to him without Jody Sue's, coaching or input or being right there. They can actually call him in, question him out, and possibly he'll tell, right? He might break. So you don't ever know. I mean, he's young. Absolutely. We do have an amazing family, an absolutely amazing family here. Yeah, that's true. Andy had a pit bull on Ben Hill on Monday, the day Dobbs was there, because Jody Sue got pissed and called Dobbs a liar. And Andy told Jody Sue to stop talking about the dogs. Yeah, he did. Andy did. Andy just came out when Jody Sue recently, I guess, ran her mouth about one of the dogs getting food poisoning, and Andy flew out here to shut that down, screaming it was a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie. But Andy's smart enough to know that, it's possible DNA could still be, DNA lasts a long time. Even if it's inside of something like it lasts a long time. Especially people don't know, even at that, it can be tested. And Andy don't want that done, especially if that's what they did, right? He don't want it done. So he's trying to shut it down, and you got to wonder about that. You got to wonder about it. I mean, it sounds, it sounds gruesome and sick, and you would think nobody'd ever do something like that, but they do it all the time. People do that. It's true. It is absolutely truth. Maybe Larson gave her heads up before his son's court. If it says they had to be requested to come into Rogersville. Well, she said that she showed up at some kind of court thing, right? And nobody else showed up. That she's the only one who showed up, but she knew other people were supposed to be showing up. And so it's a possibility they all were getting called in. She tried to say she showed up, but I don't be honest with you, she was on a live. And I know that when I go to court, you're there all day, right? Just a fucking traffic ticket. You're there all day. Like you're out there smoking a cigarette and talking to a bunch of other people waiting like you're waiting. And it's like all fucking day, right? I mean, it's not like you just walk in and walk out. You're there all fucking day. And you're there half a day just finding out that they postponed the shit, right? Then you get walked up to and they postponed it. Come back another day. Really? Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, and this is just traffic court. Just traffic, like a ticket. You go through all that shit, right? So, and they always tell you if you want to pay the ticket, that's fine. That's when you're fighting a ticket. You're there forever. So, I know court, if she went to court that day, she couldn't have been on the fucking line that early. That's what I'm saying. Her ass would have still been at the courthouse. So she didn't show up either. Just like none of them motherfuckers showed up. But Jody Sue's so full of shit. If there even was a court date. But she said there was. And then she starts kissing Donalds and all their asses and saying nobody's going to be pitting them together, and this and that. Yes, it's a possibility that outside law enforcement has come in and took over this case and they're wanting to investigate it. They might want to be wanting to ask, Ronnie Lawson why he's not taking this woman's accusations seriously, right? Absolutely. And if you could get this, if we could get this case on Judge Judy, or not Judge Judy, but what am I talking about? Judge Judy. That's crazy. I watch Judge Judy a lot. I love her. But not Judge Judy, but the other lady that investigates all the cases. Damn, I can't even think of her name. But I know she does a lot of investigating. I know who she is. It's just that I can see her face. I just don't have her name on top of my head. I'm bad with names. I can see faces. I remember faces. Nancy Grace. Absolutely. Why I am so glad. Girl, you just said what I was trying to get out of my head. But yes, if we could get this case with someone like Nancy Grace, Jody Sue's accusations would fucking be looked into by other agencies of law enforcement. They would want to know and want it researched as to why Ronnie Lawson ain't taking it serious. Yes, they would. There you go. So, we should be writing Nancy Grace. We should be trying our damnedest to get in hold of her, tell her about this case, ask her to get involved, and help us. Send her Jody Sue's clips of where she's talking about hauling the body off, and where she's talking about Andy's the last one to see it, where Andy's denying that, that says he's crazy and denying he ever, and then he comes out and says that it was a dream. There you go. What I'm saying is, then it would really be investigated, right? And it would really blow up. And that's what we got to push for. Because we're 16 months down the road, we've got to push in another direction, right? We got to get it out there. We got to go further than YouTube. Yeah, we do love her. And it's time we start fighting in a different direction, because the direction we're fighting in isn't giving us the answers we want or need, right? They're not even giving us an update. They're just saying they ain't none. I ain't going to accept that. They see how many people care, and they need to be, they need to be gracious and grateful and come out and, and tell us a little something. At least tell us where right now. Is it at a standstill, or is it making progress? Is it getting cold, or is it still hot? I mean, there's an update. They're just not giving it to us. We have questions. Oh, Jody Sue didn't come out in the first month talking about Andy giving Candace drugs to sedate the children, and it wasn't weed. She didn't say didn't say that, and just recently. She just recently said that shit. So it ain't been dismissed in the least. I think Ronnie might have been busy with his own family and his own issues in his family to really deal with Summer's case at all. I don't know. That's true. He could have been, but that ain't no reason to drop the ball on a little girl. For his grown ass son that knew better to be doing what he was doing. You don't drop the ball on a little girl. Absolutely not. Well, yeah, um, in the first month that Summer came up missing, Jody Sue was painting Candace and Donald and them as great parents, and swearing she was going right along with the abduction shit. There was nothing to dismiss from her face. She waited down the road to start bringing out the hauling the baby's body off and fresh babies and him attacking the kids, saying he's the last one to see Summer's dead body, and she brought all that out later. down the road, and she just recently brought out the drug thing. So, no. What they dismissed in the beginning was treating that case as a criminal case. They waited 3 days before 3 days they were searching the woods instead of the house, the yard, the vehicles. Them motherfuckers, and they were letting them come in and out and leave. They was letting them come and go. They could have cleaned up every piece of evidence they wanted to. While these people's in the woods, the real evidence was getting destroyed, right? Unbelievable. They dropped the ball. Absolutely dropped it on this little girl. Oh, she turned on them. Yeah. Absolutely, Robert's girl. She turned on them the minute that Candace wasn't going to. She turned on them when her and Candace had the big fight and argument about Candace was no longer going to give her half of all the monies Candace was bringing in, all the gift cards, the gifts, and all the stuff Candace was getting. Once Candace refused to give her any more of anything because she was getting a ton of shit and wanting for herself through all these YouTubers, like Moved Off the Hill, a new trailer, all kinds of, and Candace was like, I asked him, why the fuck, don't give her shit. Candace said that this is what she's expecting. But they had a big argument. And Candace wasn't, wanted to cut her ass off. And also, Candace asked her to change the timeline about the scream, and she wouldn't do that as well. So that told me that they had got together and concocted a story on all this shit. And why do you do that? Because you have some reason to be doing it, right? You're in cahoots. So anyway, that's what the whole big ass falling out was over. It was a falling out over the Jody Sue thinking Candace owed her half of everything Candace was bringing in for some unknown reason. And the fact that she wouldn't change the timeline because it didn't fit the narrative of what they were trying to pass off to get out of whatever the fuck happened up there with Summer. So that was the whole big shit. And I know because I was there. I heard it all. I know. Jody Sue was on the phone. And little she know, I was listening. I heard. And that's what got me involved. Is I was like, who the fuck is Candace talking to? Jody Sue. Why does Jody Sue think she deserves, And Jody Sue knows. She knows exactly. She knows that conversation happened. That bitch knows. And she knows that I fucking told Candace to tell her to go take a flying fuck. She wasn't getting shit. Won't you give fucking Candace half of what everything she got? Because she got plenty. Right? And she got her hand in that shit. She going just as far in jail cell as Candace is going to go, right? Don't blackmail Candace's ass. Don't be blackmailing Candace. I mean, bitch, you got people bent. You don't deserve anything except what Candace and Grandis and the rest of them deserve, right? And that is a jail cell. That's what they all deserve. And that's my opinion. You don't have to like the parents, but you can buy food and put it on the doorknob. You can go through your daughter's toys and son's toys and give it to the family. Absolutely. Absolutely. Um, but that ain't, she did like the parents. Jody Sue lied about not being Candace's. Well, I don't think she ever was Candace's friend. That's true. But, she was portraying to be the friend, right? She act like she liked Candace and everything, talked with her, was over there a lot. And, you know, they were using the house. They were humoring them so they could keep taking them to the cleaners because they was getting 1,000 plus some a month, right? Damn, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money coming in. So I guess, they would treat them. I mean, you know how long they took those people to the cleaners? And Jody Sue thinks she's gonna go back for seconds, right? She thinks she's about to. She ain't gonna go back for no seconds. Trust me. Yeah, it does. It all adds up. Absolutely, it adds up. 100%. It does. It all adds up. Absolutely. Look at how many pedos Summer's case is uncovering. Amen, right? Amen. You are so right there. You are so right there. After whatever happened to little Summer, I gotta say one thing. They're all getting pulled into the light, ain't they? They are. They are. And I think that's just a sign to show us that what Jody Sue's saying about what Andy did and Candace with sedating wasn't that far fucking fetched, right? It shows they sure had a damn clientele for it, right? I think that's what we're getting to see. The big clientele. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You got dirty law enforcement just like you got dirty anything else, right? Absolutely. There's dirty people everywhere. Everywhere. You know? You got underhanded, undermined, dirty people in the church, even church houses, right? Every place. Untrustworthy people. Evil goes everywhere. It spreads like a wildfire, right? In every crack, every crevice, and every corner. You know, and it seems like there's a lot more evil on this earth than good these days. If you ask me. Right? Absolutely. That's what I'm talking about. They are in Beach Creek. They are. They are, and they ain't wanting things taken care of. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we have to endure those kind of fucking people, but we do. We do. And and that's ungodly. Yeah, from day one, from Jump Street, they dropped the ball on all of this. And can they ever get it back? I don't know. I pray, with God, all things are possible. All things are possible. Absolutely, girl. All good comes, the devil don't ever win because nothing but good comes out of evilness. Nothing but good comes out of evilness, hon. That is absolutely true. Oh, Karen, I so appreciate it. Thank you for keeping Summer's case alive. Oh, girl, I thank everybody here for keeping this case alive. I could not do anything without all of you. So I just want you to know that you guys are beautiful. You're essential. You are essential, not disposable, but essential. Without you, nothing could be done. You know, a a a panel like this is only as good as all the people supporting it. That That's you make the channels. You guys make the channels. Don't ever let them channels act like they make you, because they don't. You make them. You make them. So don't ever let anybody disrespect you, please. Ever. It's just not righteous. It's not righteous. And I ain't disrespecting nobody when I accidentally go after bots or something and end up blocking. It's an accident. I just want to call that out right now. It's an accident. I'm not allowed to go after bots anymore because I end up blocking. I hit everybody but the bot, right? That's crazy. Oh yeah, yeah, exactly, Rosa. Tons of money in it, right? Tons of money in it. Tons. And you know, lots of money in human trafficking. Absolutely. I would not deny that. You got a lot of sick ass old rich people in this world. Really fucking sick rich people. And yes, those are the those are the ones ordering up this kind of behavior, right? And it ain't just in America, it's all over the world. It's all over the world. But, I think, when people say human trafficking, to me, that's when a child is abducted and sold off to some sickos, That's what that is to me. What they were doing up on Ben Hill Road, that's trafficking, a different type of that's I don't see that as human trafficking. I see that as, more like it's basically child pedophilia and basically agreements being made between people that are into that, more like prostitution, only underage prostitution, right? It's a big difference. A big difference. The big difference is what was it like when a prostitute, they choose to sell themselves. Minor prostitution type thing, like what Candace and them are doing, is where the parents decide that the person, the person don't leave, which they ain't abducted and took away where nobody knows where they're at by strangers. That's a whole different, that's what, and that's where everything's getting jumbled up with, you can't call it all human trafficking. That's what I'm saying. You got to separate it. Like prostitution is not human trafficking. Prostitutes actually sell their bodies, they actually do it on their own. They can walk away anytime. They can get away from it. Real human trafficking, there's no way out. What Candace and Donald and them was up there doing, no, Summer couldn't walk away. She's a child. And if they were doing that, then they were willfully doing it. The parents were willfully doing it, allowing it to happen. And that is, I don't even know what the fuck you call that. That's sick, right? I don't even know what you would name that, to be honest with you. I don't even know if that has a name. I really don't. Family trafficking. Yeah, that would be a name for it. That could be. I don't know. That's disgusting. I don't, I ain't never heard of people doing such things, I mean, I do know they do, and it's getting more widespread and known now with so many people addicted to drugs. But that's some sick shit, and I don't think they really have a correct label upon it, to be honest with you. They're just trying to mix it in with everything else, right? And this shit needs to be separated so that people know exactly what the kind of fucking trafficking someone is going through, right? That's what I'm talking about. Because a lot of people like Candace and like the Wells with Summer are getting away, with being stared at the way they should be stared at by people using the word human trafficking. Because when you think of human trafficking, you think of strangers coming in, running somebody's child away in the night, right? And they don't ever see it again. And it leaves the parents out of the, out of the spotlight. Because this is what's in the people's minds. And I think that's why we need to put different labels on what was going on. If what Jody Sue's saying was going on, it needs a different type of label so that people can understand, that this person wasn't pulled away. These people was allowing it to happen to the victim, right? That's what I'm saying. I say it's more of a volunteer child trafficking by the parents. Maybe that's what it should be called. Volunteered trafficking by the parents. Because that's exactly what was going on, if indeed Jody Sue is telling the truth. Up there on Ben Hill Road. How about Jody Sue just did a live called Whiskey and 3 times in a alleyway and just put it on private. Jody Sue, you need help that we can't give you. You got that right, girl. I'm gonna tell you, Jess, you got that right. She needs a lot of help that no one can give her. I'm gonna tell you. Her fucking crazy goes beyond crazy, right? It goes beyond crazy. I mean, I don't know. That bitch ain't down the rabbit hole. She's the rabbit. Right? She's the freaking rabbit. I don't know. Every time I see it on, the news or on, different platforms, they're always, they always try to mix it in as one big fucking saying. And I don't like that. I don't like that. Like, aggravated essay. Well, that could mean two things. A child under the age of 13 or someone over the age of 13 with a weapon. That's how do we know which one this guy did? If it pretty much means the same damn thing, right? That's what I'm saying. You don't know. The way they're labeling it, you don't know. And it needs to be labeled differently, right? PG, you for keeping summer out there. Hey, like I said, I couldn't do anything without all of you. Absolutely not. So it's me and these children with no voices that thank you guys. Absolutely. We thank you. They couldn't stay in the spotlight, and I couldn't keep them in the spotlight without you. You are that spotlight. You are that spotlight. So God bless. Yeah, she probably has. She probably has. No doubt in my mind. She probably has. Because I know when Candace left, um, her boxes up there were over freaking flowing. They were over freaking flowing. And if you don't think people was taking shit, I bet they was. And Jody Sue probably was one of them, right? I bet she went up there in the dark and got that shit. Her and her son. That's just my opinion. But I wouldn't doubt it one bit. Absolutely not. I don't think you're right. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm Robert's girl. He said, Jess, I don't think even the doctors can help her either. You got that right. You got that right. Jess was on the money, right? It's hilarious. Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. Yes, they did say that her mail was getting stolen when they were still there too. I don't know about when they were still there. Because I know Candace practically lived down by the mailbox when they were there. She had tons of stuff coming. Like her and Grandis, they had stacks. And I'm not lying. They had stacks of different, like, they had gift cards to everywhere. There was like no place they didn't have gift cards to. People were sent, and I'm talking $100 or more at a time. One person, they got like a 300, and then they got like a 500. I mean, they was getting big money. And I thought, great, that's beautiful because they'd be able to afford lawyers to help with the boys, and nope, They went and got Ray-Ban glasses, new phones, all kinds of. I got so upset. You know, they didn't care about those kids. You know, first thing I would have did is got lawyers, right? First things, lawyer up. I mean, I didn't even need people's help to do that. I wouldn't even need it. I wouldn't even need it. Oh, if Donald was making tons of money, and how he all he had to do is put the money he had into lawyers, right? When Summer came up missing, he had $3,000 in the bank, and I would have got the best lawyers I could to to make sure that for one, the boys didn't get took, right? And if they did, they would be getting back quick. But that would be what innocent parents do, not fuckers like them. They're just, they weren't, they wasn't about their kids. They kept their kids, but they didn't really want to, right? Well, now they don't have to worry about that. And is Candace getting a boy? Hell no. And she knows it. She knows it. She ain't getting nobody back. She's lying. Soon as Dawn's out of jail, they'll be right back to their old shit. Trust and believe that. PG, what if they took Summer's funds for being found away? To stop people from looking. We can't let Summer just not get. No, we're not going to. She's going to get justice. She's going to get justice. Just Summer will get justice. You want to know why? Because God Almighty is going to make sure that happens. I know God, and I know He loves us, and I know He's hearing our prayers. And I'm going to tell you, God's listening, and she will get justice, hon. I promise, she'll get justice. Summer will get justice. One way or another, she's going to get justice. Trust me. And, yeah, and they did. They took her funds because they wanted the shit shut down. They did. They wanted to shut down and walk away. They wanted to walk away like, they do on so many missing children, right? And we've got to make that stop happening. We have got to blow these children up as big as life and start, demanding better laws put into place for missing children. They fought and they got an Amber Alert, right? Well, let's get Summer's Law, where every missing child is treated like a criminal case from the beginning. The house and the grounds checked first before any evidence is destroyed. Then they can branch out to searching and other things, right? But let's not mess up all the evidence. Let's do what needs to be done to find the truth from day one. Just like Quentin's case. That's what they did. And I'm sure they got plenty to prosecute with. And that's how it's got to be handled. We've got to fight for these children. And yes, we need to get a hold of Nancy Grace. Absolutely. We should be fighting to get Summer's case in her hands. Or someone, like her. Oh, absolutely. She will. Trust me. Trust me. God loves us. Summer's going to get justice. That's the truth. I think Tim Mullins is a creepy weirdo. I really do. That's what I think about him. He's a creep. Matter of fact, we need to go over him again. That guy's a creep. I might do that tomorrow night. But yeah. But I'm not done with Jody Sue. I'm not done with her. Jody Sue ain't getting away that easy now. You know, I've touched on her. I didn't ever forget about her. You know, I've touched on her from time to time. And you know, I've been on her from day one. And this time, I'm really on her. She ain't gonna like it. This bitch ain't gonna like it. So she can haul that ass over here in my chat. She can haul that big ass over here. She's not welcomed. You're not welcome, Jody Sue, because I don't welcome bitches and witches into my chat. No, I don't welcome you. Matter of fact, you're not welcomed at all. But you can haul that ass over here. This is America. You can haul that ass over here. And you know what? We will treat you just exactly to what you fucking are. A piece of shit, right? You want to come up on my panel? Hey, I'm not going to, it's America. You come over here, I'll bring you up on panel. I sent you a link last night, right? I sent her links. Bring that ass up on the panel. I got some questions for you, Jody Sue. But you come on my panel, you will motherfucking answer them. You will answer them or I will kick you the fuck off, right? Absolutely. But she won't ever come on my panel because she knows. She knows what I'm going to ask her. Explain it in detail, bitch. We're tired of the riddles, right? I don't, I just, I don't speak riddler. I speak fucking plain English. And that's what I would expect her to answer me in, right? Quit him hauling around a fucking bush. Jody Sue would not ever come on this panel. She's too big of a damn coward to come on this panel. She ain't got the ass that her old man does. Andy came on it. And he answered the questions. For the biggest part. He couldn't answer why they went to look for that guy that night. But he didn't have to. We already know it wasn't good. I mean, it is what it is. Absolutely. That's true, Robert's girl. We don't play over here. We don't play over here. We're all for the victims, not these fucking suspects and predators, right? Absolutely not. No. I'm not for none of them. Matter of fact, I don't like a damn one of them myself. I don't like any of them. We got a missing little girl and they're playing fucking games. They could go to hell. Who does that? And that Tim Mullins, he's a real creep. A real freaky ass fuck. And he's got his nose stuck right up and in the ass of this case too. And at some point I'm going to figure out why. Yeah. Yeah, it did. He said he's able to plead. Yeah, that does tell you a lot, right? It absolutely does. I agree. Their own tongues, they don't understand how much their own tongues are just like fucking showing everybody how guilty they are, right? And usually that's what happens. People tell on themselves. And they're doing a damn good job of it, right? They're doing a damn good job of it. They're idiots. They don't even know. I don't think they sold anybody. To be honest, Karen, I don't. I don't think Summer was sold at all. I think Summer, whatever happened to Summer happened right there on Ben Hill Road. That's whatever happened right there and was covered up. She didn't ever get out of the vicinity until after she was, gone. And I think that's when Candace came out the driveway the first time and went and got rid of her. She went and hid her until, because law enforcement's coming. So she went and hid her. And then over the next few days, they got rid of her. And law enforcement's well aware that Candace came out that driveway twice, not once. Absolutely. He's the one keeping Don Wells up. Tim Mullins is another. A possibility. I mean, and that's your opinion, hon. And you have a right to your opinion, absolutely. And my opinion, good possibility. I don't know. I do know he's in this case for some damn reason, and I don't know why, but I know he is. And I'm sure we'll figure that out at some point. For sure. We'll figure it out. I started researching into him. There's a lot of stuff on him. Matter of fact, I'm going to bring him back out. If not tomorrow night, within the next few days, I will bring him back out. Lord willing, I'll bring out and show, and it'll give me a little bit of time to do some more research upon him as well. But he is really super creepy. He's more creepier than the flute player. The flute guy was pretty weird, but Tim, even more so. I think Tim's more dangerous, is what I'm saying. And I don't think I'm wrong about that. That's my opinion. They did search the house first thing. No, they didn't. They did not search the house at all for 3 days. For 3 days, they didn't. They took the phones. When they first showed up, they got search dogs and everything, and immediately started looking through the woods and stuff. On the second day, same thing, and they started looking around the grounds, some more, the buildings, the outside grounds. Police were in the house, but they did not search the house. They did not search the house or take anything from the house until day 4. And on day 4, that's when they took the sheets and some of the other things Candace was telling me they took out of the house. They took the bedding, some clothing, some electronics. They came back later, and this is after they got the new computer and everything. And the creepy guy showed up, which is Tim Mullins, to download it and everything. But after they got the new computer, which was after the boys were took, the boys weren't even there then. they got this new computer. This is like a few months into it. Law enforcement ran back up there and went back in and took some more of their electronics. and Candace was on the phone screaming, Donnie, come home. You gotta come home. They're here. Yeah, and he was racing to the house to fucking get to her because she was freaking out. And then she started going to work with him, or trying to stay gone a lot because she didn't want to, because they were coming up there. They was always coming for her. They didn't go to work to get Dawn. They always came to the house for Candace. So that tells you a lot too. Oh yeah, absolutely, Rosa. That's a lot of that does go on. That a lot of that goes on. But usually, those girls, what happens is those girls get under that person's protection. And then when they get under their protection, they sign up. They know going in, if you want my protection, you pay me, I own you. And they sign up for that, instead of freelancing. And yes, that does end up happening to them. Absolutely. Because now they think they own you because you want that protection, right? Absolutely. I agree. When it comes to Summer's case, I have listened to everything from day one. Day one. There was nothing I don't know. It and it's all stuck to memory. It's all stuck to memory. I mean, I know what was going on the whole time. I was there. I know. Everything. So they had plenty of the time to destroy whatever they wanted to. Candace was in the house where Grandis and Donald was outside with the police. She was in the house alone talking to Allie on the phone and ready to go to bed, and no police were in there whatsoever. So they did not search that house for 3 days. They didn't do shit. I know that to be truth. I don't care what the dispatch said. I know the truth. And it's bullshit. It's bullshit. And law enforcement knows it's bullshit too. Now, I don't know what they said, but I know what was done. How you doing, girl? She says, hi, PG, love you. Hi, everyone. Hey, girl, we love you too. Exactly. They didn't do it. They didn't do it. They might have said it, but they didn't do it. I know that for a fact. Yeah, I'm not arguing, Kim. I just, I'm not I mean, I can't say you're right. I can't say you're right, hon, because I know it's wrong. I'm not saying the dispatch don't say that. I'm saying it didn't happen. They did not search that house. Absolutely not. For 4 days. On day 4 is when they went in. Oh, it's okay, Karen. I don't mind. I don't mind answering questions. I can't keep up like the chat. I got like a lot of people, and the chat moves pretty quickly. I can't keep up with everything. I'm sorry. I'm sorry because that's a lot to read. A lot to read, but I keep it up as much as I can, and I'm trying to answer as much as I can as well. Um, I really am. And, I sure wish other people could answer some of the things. I wish, if everybody in this case was as honest as I am, Summer would already been found, but they're not. They're not. How people could be so cruel and not tell the truth about a missing little child, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. I believe that, yeah, it should have been. It should have been treated like a crime scene from the very first second, because 99.9% of the time it is the family, right? And the place is the crime scene, and it should always be treated like that. Absolutely, but it's not, and that's why half of these children and their cases ain't getting solved, right? And that fucking irritates us. And we need to put a law in place where it has to be treated like a crime scene so that more kids will be found and more justice will be served, right? Cops would actually have to do their jobs at that point, right? They would have to do their job. Not just drop the fucking ball. Exactly. Man, Quentin's house was taped off. They was like first day taped off, going through trash cans, going through the house, going, you know what I'm saying? Putting up the tarps, going through there, strobing the whole place. I mean, it was like bam, 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 bam. They got the answers they needed, right? There you go. That's how it needs to be done. And I think Summer's case been solved if that would have happened as well. But it didn't. It didn't. Absolutely didn't. All right, everybody. I have to get up early, and I mean, I love being in here. I love spending time with everybody, but we all have to get up, right? We all have to kids to take care of, and jobs to do to pay our bills, and we got so much to do each day, and I know PG does as well. So I'm gonna get off of here and fold up my laundry and sneak around the house, putting everything away because I work Sundays and Mondays. That's my laundry days. And so I got to sneak around, put everything away before I go to bed. And that's going to take a little time too. So I'm going to get out of here. And I so appreciate everyone being here tonight. I'm going to play Summer Song out. And as I ask every night, please, 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 please keep those prayers going up. And don't just keep them going up, but know God's going to answer. Know God's going to answer. In the name of Jesus Christ. We got to find these children. We've got to bring them home. We got to get justice for them. And the only way to do that is through God Almighty. That's the only way we're going to get what we're seeking. So please keep those prayers going up. And keep them going up also for others that need prayer. Tennessee Shine, Sweet Norway. And I love that woman. I love Sweet Norway. She's so beautiful. And keep them going up for, I know there's so many. And happy birthday to everybody that had a birthday yesterday. And, you know, Wisconsin Mama and KU. And if anyone else had a birthday, happy birthday to you too. And just know PG's always praying for everyone. Not someone, but everyone, especially these missing children. God bless. Much love and good night, everybody. I'm going to play Summer Song out. So if you could, please start sending up the purple hearts and the blue hearts for her and little Quentin. God bless. Good night.